there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Cover me!
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Another day of slaying for Garena Masters Season 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is where we put in the gears for the race to top 4. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is my brother, Mustachio AJ, bringing the action for today's matches. AJ, how are you doing today?
Happy to be here once again, bro. This time, Group A, we are looking at a potential couple of series that might be close. I've got my fingers crossed that they are closed, right? I know we look for some quick series sometimes. I know ZHAG might not want to deliver that quick series. They might want to drag it out as long as possible. We might see a new COD 2 today. I'm looking forward to everything that Group A has to offer.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we've seen so much of Group A, and at some point, we are getting what we expected. There's not so much of surprise coming from some of the teams.
Correct.
And when we look at the lineup that we have for today, we've already seen, a certain pattern, a potential pattern that will emerge, and it might look like a day wherein it's favoring one side of both of the matches in this series. So let's see if that will be shown right now, because we are expecting one team as well to be a fair matchup at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. One out of the 4 series that we've got in store for us here today look like it might give us a really close matchup with each other, but thankfully it is day number 6 of the group stage for Group A. Tomorrow you guys will see the exact same thing for Group B as well, and the blessing here is we've already seen them in performance against a good number of teams within the grouping in itself. So it's really easy at this point of time to take a good guess, right? It's going to be an educated guess. It's not going to be a stab in the dark as to how the series are going to go. And that's what I am expecting to be wrong at. I'm expecting to be so sure of a certain series and shockers to happen on this day number 6, because that's what's going to pump me up with super energy later on during the competition. But this is how we started off, Neptune. I mean, of course, we all know exactly how the stages 1 and 2 went. And for stage 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, the road towards the ultimate goal, we are now stuck here with 16 teams vying for the top 8 spots. Thus far, it seems like it has been a pretty smooth sailing journey, but I can't say that for each and every single teams here.
Yeah, I mean, it's some points, some had problems in moving up, especially from the beginning of the series that they had when they faced against a top dog. And that will be one of the teams, especially in Group A, that is the Huntsmen. When we looked at them midway through, it was difficult for them because they faced against ZHAG and also SKADI. But at some point, they are starting to show up the potential that they will be ending up top 4. The same goes for the other teams in Group B. So that's one of the storyline that we like to show and see as well. And some of the teams moving up, improving match after match, day after day. And that's what we're asking for. As you mentioned, surprises might be coming up in today's matches, because it's not just the prestige, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of prestige, especially we are in season 5 of Garena Masters, but we're also talking about a prize pool that's a total of 25,000 US dollars, and who doesn't want to grab a piece of this pie?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everybody wants the lion's share of this 25K. 10,000 USD for those who hit that number 1 spot. It's going to take a lot of effort. And of course, the group stages are tough for some teams, but it will get super grueling for each and every single squad out there on the way to the very top. And this is not just for the money that's on the table. It's also to qualify for stage 4, to go up against all of the creme de la creme of Garena, to see exactly who will represent the server when we go into stage 5 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. That is where the biggest of biggest prizes are awaiting all of these teams. But of course, the journey is not going to get any easier, even though we are in a situation like this. I asked for some twists and turns within our story. We're going to start things off later on with 4S KINCAID meeting SKADI. That is potentially one of the series that I'm expecting an upset from, and not an upset in terms of stopping SKADI from going through to the knockout stage, because you know that one's guaranteed already thanks to their performance. But perhaps 4S KINCAID can remain alive in this competition using SKADI as the scapegoat.
Yeah, I mean, if they will be able to stay in the record that SKADI has, then they already done a lot that other teams hasn't. So that's already 1 point going for them. And if they can do a lot more in the following matches that they have and the following series that they have, then that is a chance for them to really place themselves in the top 4. But it's a huge ask. But again, we are hopefuls. We are the ones who usually cheer for the underdogs, especially if we are seeing improvement coming from out of those teams. But again, it's more of the teams who needs to show that there's no more slacking off. We are in the last week of the group stage, and knockout stage as well as the playoffs is just in there in the corner.
Yeah, one of the biggest reasons why we are always on the side of the underdog is we are waiting for them to give a bigger, better fight and push all of the current titans that we have within the competition in itself so that they can continue to improve as well. I mean, you're never going to continuously step up your game unless you are pushed to a situation where you're going to lose your throne. That's exactly what scares the Kings out there, right? Let's take a look at Group A as well as B as to how they stand here. Once again, SKADI making it through the knockout stages. That's a no-brainer. 5 series in the bag already. They can lose the next 2 series and still make it on through. So this is where the matchup of the first series of the day really comes into play, right? 4S KINCAID might be taking on a version of SKADI that might not be super on the ball, because what's the worst case scenario if they lose this the next 2 series? Once again, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if they are that kind enough to give 2 points, and I would say if they give that up, it messes up everything in terms of the other teams who want to step in the top 4, because it will change. It changes the tip of how they can place themselves on the top 4, because we have already predicted that based on numbers, performance, and all. But if one team can let go of a few matches, it just changes everything from the 3rd to the bottom. But again, that is something that we want, and well, not really want, but we might be seeing in this day. And well, that is for the side of Group B. We've seen some of that happen as well. A few of the losses changes the movement of some of the teams, but we know the Group B teams. This is the group of death, as we call them, and even the top 4 that we have already have a potential to concrete their place.
Yeah. Group B, the group of death, mainly called the group of death because we know there are 4 unfortunate teams who are lumped into that group who are going to suffer, right? You've got 4 teams who really set themselves apart from the total of 8 within Group B, and it's not looking like it's going to be a graceful exit for the teams down below, unless, of course, they use the balanced 2 series that they've got within the group stage to really make a name for themselves. Let's take the conversation over to today's schedule as well, Neptune. Once again, as we start the day off, it's going to be SKADI versus 4S KINCAID. SKADI, they qualify through the knockout stages. 4S KINCAID, if they can pull away a victory here, their hope to make it through to the knockout stages, it will stay alive. Later on, we've got SAVAGE HUNSTMEN taking on LVX. LVX overall is not in a terrible position. They have got 6 victories for themselves. A victory over SAVAGE HUNSTMEN keeps them alive. SAVAGE HUNSTMEN looking for the exact same thing. They cannot take an L.
Yeah, I mean, from how SAVAGE HUNTSMEN are really improved so much in the previous days that we've seen them, well, it might be difficult for LVX to do the same, but hopefully LVX will be doing such improvement as well that can give SAVAGE HUNTSMEN a run for the money. But on the 3rd series, Forces eSports will be going against Spender, and we've seen so much that Spender have not given not giving so much in terms of a challenge for some of the teams right now, and that there's chance for a 3-0 victory for Forces eSports. But again, we are hoping that Spender have awoken into the dream and probably not the nightmare that they're already on, and they will be able to put on a good fight in the 3rd matchup. But the 4th matchup, on the other hand, ZHAG, well, again, the same story goes for when we look at SKADI and 4S KINCAID. This might be a chance for them to lose a few battles, but they're still on the top.
Yeah, PV Sage, unfortunately, the team that takes on ZHAG, it seems like all hope is done and dusted for them because they've only had 1 series win thus far. They've lost the past 4 series, and it doesn't seem like ZHAG's gonna drop a series against PV Sage. I mean, even if they stumble, even if they accidentally drop a couple of deaths out there, it really seems like a far-fetched theory to think that they can get past them. But of course, let's bring the conversation back to series number 1. It's going to be SKADI stepping up to the plate. Freezy, Tokyo, Chroma, Mids, Mark, as well as Cisco representing the brand. And thus far, I have to say, the player that has really taken my attention for SKADI has to be Cisco. This guy bombed out in Season 4, pretty much didn't show up, but didn't give up, Neptune. He took
Yeah.
all of the hate, he rolled it up into a ball, he ate it up like rice, and he came back with vengeance on this season.
Rice Boy right here will be putting a lot of toppings on that rice, especially if they are going to end this group stages in a clean victory overall. And then for the next match, I mean, it doesn't matter if you lose a few as long as you still have that motivation, similar to what you mentioned about Cisco, motivation and the effort to improve yourself. That is what SKADI have shown from previous season up until now, and it is where everything will be put in fruition. Hopefully the rest of the teams can have the same vision, because it's difficult if only one, and even if you're an IGL, it's difficult if you're the only one who is doing that effort. But for Forest KINCAID, well, let's see if they can put that challenge against SKADI in this matchup.
Forest KINCAID, of course, with a great lineup on their side as well. They've got Damia, GB, Kurth, Caleb, Evan, as well as Taipei. And if you really want to look as to who's been making great impact for the squad, once again, it has to be GB as the player who jumps into that objective with the capability of slaying as well. I thought that he was going to get drowned out, because initially at the start of the group stages, he could not sustain his life on those objectives as long as he wanted to, but he was getting some great impact kills. But that, of course, soon changed as we saw more and more series from this guy. He's just been on a great growth trajectory here throughout the whole group stages of Garena Masters Season 5, and it's great to see him grow in that way, right? Because he has given Forest KINCAID a great new fresh breath of air as well as hope in the competition.
Exactly. I mean, that's like at some point, GB is the light at the end of the tunnel for Forest KINCAID, and that is what they need right now, especially with how they are placing in this group stages. But we are going to see in a bit where will they be playing and placing themselves as well in this match of SKADI and Forest KINCAID. Again, we've seen so much of changes already, especially in Hardpoint, when we'll look at the records from the teams, but we haven't seen so much of like an actual result once we put them in a specific map. Though there are some wins and losses already, and SKADI might be bringing in different surprise if they bring this game to Apocalypse.
I mean, there is a possibility of them going ahead, of course, doing that. We have to see exactly who wins out the coin toss here between SKADI as well as Forest KINCAID to see who gets to kind of swing the balance towards their side, right? SKADI, on the other hand, might want to take a good argument of that statement saying, I can meet Forest KINCAID anywhere and still be able to take them down. And they've been able to prove that, right? Savage Huntsmen went down, Spender, no-brainer, Four Suits eSports. I think that was a great statement by SKADI, beating down LBX as well as PVSage, all back-to-back. And all of those 15 games played thus far, nobody has been able to take a single map away from SKADI. Of course, ZHIG's waiting. They are like, oh, give me a chance, Mr. Mustachio. We know that's probably going to happen later, but we don't know what sort of a step up SKADI can bring in the game towards ZHAG. So maybe a 3-0 might not be on the plate. Maybe a 2-1. 2-1 on the side of SKADI. Perhaps we will have to wait and see exactly how that one goes. I am looking forward to the final day of Group A for sure, because that's when that matchup will happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, we are about to see in a bit how will this begin, and it will be ending in what we're expecting. So that is a few of the things that we want to see. SKADI might be dropping a few of those matches, and Forest KINCAID, now we have seen them win 2-1 in a series, and the 3-0 is due to technicality, but I'm pretty sure they will be able to pull out a lot, especially if a Spender showed up in there, and the SKADI will be the ones who will be playing in this match. Then what I'm hoping is just they enjoy the game and they'll be able to think so much on how they can improve themselves in these matchups.
I'm not expecting great things out of Forest KINCAID here. I'm expecting a lot from them in the future. This is, of course, their first competition on Garena Masters, and there's a lot of promise from the squad. But I just don't think chemistry-wise as well as skills-wise they are able to hang with teams like who are on the level of Smarter Mega, West Point Mamba Low Kings. A lot more effort is needed from this team, but it's great to see what their starting point is, Neptune.
Yep, and speaking of starting point, we're going to start this hard point match into that P1, and even as well as the rest of the teams right now is being slayed. The SKADI is taking over that hill, and it's very difficult to go in for the push, especially if you're not winning those engagement. And Fountains is at some point one of the sloppiest hill, but not so much as SKADI is showing how sloppy it is. They are just getting a lot of points.
Absolutely, 23 points thus far, and 4S KINCAID just can barely find the break here for themselves. And even though Cisco and Squad, they are down in numbers in terms of the number of people that are holding onto the objective, they're still able to win out these massive gunfights, which are leading to a massive pickup of points on this P1 as well. What is supposed to be such a open hill that swings back and forth has been commanded pretty well by SKADI.
Yeah, they're just being funneled right there from the spawns from Visitor, and like SKADI and the rest, Cisco and the rest of the gang of SKADI is just waiting for them to pop off. And with that, it ends on that P1 heading over to the stairs, wherein 4S KINCAID had the advantage, but they are slowly losing it depending on how will they approach this stairs. But they are gathering the points right now. Engagement, they need to win to get the points more.
Yeah, fantastic. They're not holding on to the anchor spawns, but they're hoping to win this out through pure gunfights alone. As I say that, player number 5 in yellow, he spawns out at the anchor near Cranes. Kurt's going to be holding it down for the squad, but it doesn't seem like SKADI wants to play for it as aggressively. They take a slow pincer around the right-hand side of the stairs, and they head on in. They've got a contender on the other side, and GB just does not hold his spot good enough. Doesn't have the backup as well. 60-27. Good attempt by 4S KINCAID.
Yeah, good attempt indeed, and love the position that SKADI is doing. And they're not rushing in, as you mentioned, and they're just staying in there in both levels. A few on the top for those who are taking the point, and then a few at the bottom of the stairs, so that they have unlimited backup just in case those will be taken down. But it is still SKADI very close to that 75 mark, and as we go, early rotation is already being taken onto the lounge by 4S KINCAID. They were able to take down the ones who is rushing in through against them, but they need to control all the openings, and they have lost a few. It's a good thing the rest of the team are just spawning in there very close, but they still lost the hill, and here comes Chroma with the purifier.
4S KINCAID doing better on P2, managing to pull away a total of 29 points as opposed to that single point on P1 earlier on. So this can prove that 4S KINCAID is on an upward trajectory. They just need to win out a few more of their gunfights. They are struggling in that department, Neptune.
Yeah, gunfights is what you need, and with I guess with the operators that they have, they will be able to do so, but they're missing those opportunities. The timing is not in its prime, but it's a good thing that the position is on prime for 4S. They have a good opening, they have good angle from the bottom of this lounge as well as second floor, and even right now, good corner to hold as to those peeking in, and they will get the 60. Very close right now. The scrap point can be given out. Early rotation needs to be done by 4S KINCAID for them to get another of that advantage.
It's no-brainer here that it is going to be an easier match to win on the side of SKADI, and that's exactly why I want 4S KINCAID to make a difference here. And look at how much they've improved from P1 into P3 down to P4 now. So much has happened, and 4S KINCAID are not allowing SKADI to run away yet.
Yeah, not allowing them to run away. The hole is being broken, and all the corners right here being prepared as 4S KINCAID is just waiting for the rest of the team. Chroma right now has pulled down one, and here comes the rush. Tokyo with his pyro takes down in the break. Almost being taken, but here comes 4S KINCAID. They are spawning near that control, and they have a chance to get 20 more points.
And it's 109-71. 4S KINCAID with a break again. 21 more seconds to go. SKADI can take a straightforward approach towards this, or they can flank around from the back. Flanking around from the back should give them a solid advantage, but Chroma admits as they step it up, it seems like Chroma is on a mission on his own. Taipei single-handedly now. Can he put the boys of SKADI down? Answer is going to be no. Final scrap points picked up by SKADI here. But once again, fantastic fight coming through from 4S.
Yeah, we're back to the first hill of this hard point, and let's see if it will be different this time, because earlier it was just a run over by SKADI getting all the points for the full 60, but with Damia in here already control the bottom, might be giving them the chance for the rush, but still, the same story goes, gunfights being lost, but we still have a winner who's rushing in. Cisco, though, breaks them down, and it is just SKADI who's taking that P1 points, 35 seconds left.
Cisco going on a spree of his own. He needs to catch up with the rest of his team members as well in terms of the fragging department, but Team SKADI is slowly finding the rhythm once again. KINCAID really bringing out the best in SKADI now as they continuously switch out those hills. This time P1 is looking alive, Neptune.
Yeah, there's a live switch up has been made, but with 14 seconds remaining, this might be given by SKADI again to KINCAID unless it will be grab even for scrap points. As you can see, a little bit of build up for the side of, for instance, KINCAID towards that red area, and they're just waiting for the perfect timing to rush, but there's no perfect timing against Cisco. He goes against two and goes another one, and for long range, and the Phoenix still managed damage a few.
Oh, this is just crazy in terms of what Cisco and team are doing right now. SKADI, they've turned the momentum of the game around. They're winning out the gunfights once again. Really not focusing on the trickling part of that P1 in terms of points. Really just controlling the spawn, forcing KINCAID to spawn off the right-hand side of the map as they slowly backed away towards the left. But all has come to naught as KINCAID still find their way across the map here, holding on to the points on the hill. Chroma trying to find a break. Damia stops the bleed but doesn't react quick enough from the back as well. Taipei fails to take Chroma out of the equation, who is on a spree. 4 kills in a row until, of course, Damia shows up once again, taking Cisco and team out of the equation. But for KINCAID, this fight does not stop just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. They're very close to that 100. And, well, all I can say, Chroma just kicked out the callers out of KINCAID from that matchup. Cisco will try to do the same, but that was a 3-man push, and remaining scrap points might be given as the next one will be opening up. Still not reaching that 100 mark, and very close to 200 is SKADI. Let's see on what rotation will be done by the teams of 4SKINCAID, because it's getting really close for that loss.
Yeah, SKADI just a little bit away from getting this victory, perhaps not at this hill. If everything goes as planned, SKADI should find at least a couple of breaks here before the game ends, which means this will have to get pushed into P4, where SKADI will have to bring out the best defense in the world. Chroma now brings out the Purifier as well, tries to purify the boys down onto the ground. Taipei from up top finds the break, and they flush it in at the very same time. Taipei timing's a tad bit off, and they get punished by Tokyo.
Tokyo, ariga Tokyo, and that is what he does for SKADI. And though there is still switch up that can be done, scrap points can be taken by 4SKINCAID to bring them to the 100 mark. It's very close to that 250 already, and Damia right now doing a lot of damage. This might change the spawn to their favor, but unfortunately SKADI spawns to that control, and with this guy mids already on there, it might be difficult for 4SKINCAID to rush through.
This is getting to be a mission impossible at this point of time as 4SKINCAID continuously fail to pause the bleeding here. SKADI running away with the matchup. Final hill now, Nep.
Yeah, final hill with 50 seconds remaining and 27 points remaining as well for SKADI to be taken. But there goes the break. 4-man rushes in, and Even is the only guy who's defending it. Will he be able to take now? No, a little bit delay in the trigger, but where is the backup? No one from 4SKINCAID backs him up, but the rush of Damia is still being averted by SKADI, and very close, less than 20 points remaining. This might be it for this hill, and SKADI might take that win already.
I was wondering if or not 4SKINCAID will make me eat my words when I said this was going to be the final hill, but I wonder if or not that's even going to be possible because they're getting slain so far away from the hill. The match comes to an end, 250 to 115. Some signs of life, but that was just mainly SKADI taking it easy at the start of the matchup and then smartening up. They knew that if they do not kick it into high gear, 4SKINCAID was going to rip that match away.
Yeah, we saw a lot of traction coming from 4S KINCAID. Thus, SKADI just really changed gear and midway through. And when we thought that it might be a different result from that next rotation of P1, the same story goes. Thus, SKADI takes the win. And I would say it's still a good fight for 4S KINCAID because
Yeah.
they put in a lot of points, but not so much that they can bring it toe to toe against this team who's in a role and in a run to go for a perfect group stage.
But I love how 4SKK really bounced back from that P1 because I thought this was going to be a devastating loss for them. It's a loss indeed. They only managed to nick away 115 points, but as opposed to how this match started, where we were 56 to 1 point on at the end of that P1, I was thinking, oh my goodness, is this going to be for real? Is 4SKK not going to show up? And immediately on P2, before I even said that on broadcast, they answered that question, right? Picking up 29 points on P2, whereas SKADI was only held to about 22 points where they walked away from that. So you could see the immediate improvement, but it was that P2 where SKADI literally woke up, right? They're like, okay, all right, we need to smarten up. The fight continued into P3 as well. And SKADI, once they kicked it into high gear, once they started getting those frags and all of the numbers on their side again, 4S KINCAID lost that confidence, which is a little bit discouraging. But once again, a team with so much of potential that I'm hoping to see grow in the future, perhaps in this competition. They already know where they stand, especially against a team like SKADI, but they did try to rip it away. So great potential, just not enough to punish a team like SKADI yet.
Yeah, and Chroma is the guy as the MVP of this match, and not only that, the MVP of that P2. He just stood in there, walked around, shoot everyone inside, and he still was alive by the end of the engagement. The rest of the teams was in there just backing up already, but there's no effort that is needed against Chroma. He just cleared everything there, but well, that's hard point, and we are going to a much slower pace, which is search and destroy, this time in slums.
The storyline that Cisco and Squad allowed 4S KINCAID to think that they were going to take control of was mainly in that first rotation of hard points, P2, P3, P4. Like I said, right, P2, they managed to take away 29, and then we saw that sort of average coming through from P3 as well, and the same was done on P4, but that was it. The first rotation of hard points, there was a little bit of fight back from 4S KINCAID, and then apart from that, we were just seeing them pull away 3-4 points off of a hill. It was just not going to be enough. And it wasn't their fault that they were not playing the hill. They couldn't get close to the hill. They were getting slain out. I mean, it wasn't even to a point of great spawn management or whatsoever from the side of SKADI. They were just better when it came to the mechanical skills. But now that we slowed the pace down a bit, SND, fingers crossed 4S KINCAID has a better chance of taking things under control.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case, because so much in history that they have, it's against LVX that they have three-round wins, but still lose that battle in search and destroy. And the only time that they have a win is against PV Sage. It's only 1 point that PV Sage had against them. So we're talking about SKADI this time, and we saw how Cisco, as well as not only Cisco, but it is Mark who did really a number against the opposing team that they have. So they need to bear and take down the Mark, the sniper, as if they want to get that win.
I don't even know if I would say that, because the whole team of SKADI is quite annoying to deal with, especially if you are 4S KINCAID. I think the best benchmark to take here would be the game against Huntsmen. 4S KINCAID, I think we saw them really put on a good show, but they could not get past the Huntsmen. SKADI, on the other hand, had a pretty decently easy series against them. But on that note, this was the team. 4S KINCAID was the team that sneaked away one map from Huntsmen, right? So once again, a team with a lot of potential. Yes, they did get beaten down in the hands of SKADI as well, but it shows that 4S KINCAID might just be a step above Huntsmen in a way, and that sort of potential might shine through eventually. Maybe not in the SND based on their trajectory as well as stats thus far, but Control, we could see a chance.
Yeah, we can see a chance in control. That will be the third map of this day for these two teams. But let's go into the second. It is Search and Destroy attackers side if 4S KINCAID. And let's see if the pacing from them is a little bit too fast. Stack up on the one side. Was able to trade up a little, but Cisco and the rest was able to bring them down. The 2v3 situation. And it is being led by attackers, which is 4S KINCAID. Let's see if Mark and Freezy can turn around.
Damian not quick enough with the flick. Evan with the follow-up and just can't find the finisher. Good slide. And he reaches that to success. Evan now, I believe, bomb in hand. Spots out the final player. Not going to get caught out just yet. And Evan with the response with the clutch as well. 4S KINCAID, signs of life in this S&D.
Well, a lot of teams have been showing those signs of life in Search and Destroy. And this might be a chance for 4S KINCAID to show us that. But again, I won't be surprised if SKADI wakes up after that. They might be caught off guard earlier, but they are prepared. Evan, though, on the snipe, still trying to take a wall bang, but no one's hit just yet, and Cisco just shows up and takes him down.
No trigger discipline. Cisco knew exactly where to point that gun, and he got that shot. Damian once again hitting the double as soon as he spots out a couple of players. It's a 3v3. Numbers all equal. This is all about the setup. And as you can see, player number 2 in blue, Cisco, slow push on up, and Damian finds Chroma as Mark finds JB, trading them out for a 2v2. And Cisco's gonna get lucky here with the spot.
Ooh. And there goes a backstab. Oh, hit Mark still alive and kicking, but there goes the follow-up. It's now a 1v2. The slide doesn't work, and Cisco hits him.
Cisco can snipe, bro. What a beaut. I mean, okay, initially with the hit mark on the foot, maybe not, but the follow-up in the 1v2 cleanup by Cisco was perfect, and he's the top fragger of the squad thus far. Let's see if he can keep that sort of a stat all the way to the end of this S&D. Thus far, things have not been going all the way on the side of SKADI, but it's a fun S&D for sure.
Tokyo gets his first frag of this map, and Kurt right now will try to rush in. It's a 2v2 once again, and well, Mark was able to take down Jimmy. Oh, close range. Kurt just slides through 1v1, and Cisco managed to do that once again, ending it with a snipes. Cisco is on the roll.
I think today's that one day where Cisco did not eat any rice before broadcast, because you don't see any lethargy at all in his movements, right? He's on point. He's absolutely sharp. This guy is playing on an empty stomach. He's hungry in this match.
Yeah, you know about that, the fight and flight if you're full or hungry. That is what Cisco is in. It is in a fighting mode right now, and Freezy starts it off. It is now a great battle, and Cisco might see another one, but they are smarter to get away, and even just goes in for that hit, and a double, a triple for Evan, and still on the chase. This guy is on a hunt. Jimmy throws that, and it is now a 1v3. The plan is being done by Taipei and Freezy, unsuspecting, seeing Evan in there, almost an ace. But 4 is enough.
Yeah, quad kill coming through from Evan. A little sloppy initially with the engagements, but he walks away with a positive, and then he gets the third one out of absolutely nowhere. At this point in time, everyone's going to be picking up a Fennec for themselves because they want to be Evan.
Yeah, they want to be Evan. Well, if he can, or they can move like Evan, because you saw how he slides and shoot. So let's see if that is the case for the rest. Kurt goes, starts it off, takes down Freezy, and he is frozen. Chroma right now, misses that, and still managed to take down Kurt. It is now a 4v4. Chroma is still rushing in behind enemy lines, and let's see if he will be taken down. Chroma will be seen, but still, it has been reversed.
I think 4S KINCAID has lost the plot here. They're taking up an all-out team deathmatch against SKADI. They are getting suckered into a game that they might not be able to win. You've got the bomb, you control the pace, but 4S KINCAID seems to be running into the game that is set up by SKADI. Come in and engage, maybe give away a couple of rounds, and they're falling face first into this trap. I hope they wake up, Nep.
Yeah, let's see if they will be awoken. SKADI, the alarm that they need. And again, they are being spawn trapped literally on S&D. And this is one of the first time that we've seen a spawn trap on Search and Destroy, and no one can cross through except for this guy who is Kurt, who's just waiting for a chance. But good positioning for the side of SKADI right now. And there goes Evan once again.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? When you have got such an aggressive defending team pushing up the battlefield, you want to play it a little bit slow, depend on your sniper. Evan has been doing fantastic. Find those couple of frags first and then move on in to see if you can get the objective played. Rushing on in towards SKADI is just going to give them the advantage. Damia trading out Tokyo as Cisco finds GB. Kurt finding Mark out of nowhere. 3v2. Numbers on their side, but Freezy makes it all equal. Evan goes down. One more left. Kurt, can he survive this? Freezy says yes, but Kurt unfortunately not able to deliver what Freezy wants in that match.
KRM versus Fennec in that like mid-range engagement. Yes, you can receive damage for that from that KRM, but not so much an elimination like Kurt does on the Fennec. But let's see. Well, so far, Evan is the guy who is doing a lot compared to what we've seen for side of SKADI. We're in very close to 10 points already. And Evan, slight disconnection, a little bit of delay probably in the movement, but Mark is still on the roll. Bomb has been planted and the countdown is now on 35.
You see the difference in pace when SKADI has the bomb in their hand. They're straight up in memorial. They know they're the aggressive team, and unfortunately for 4SKK, they barely got out of their spawns. They didn't really push up towards the mid part of the map. They lose control, and now a single player left here to save the day on a 1v4. Kurt's gonna get caught out. Freezy's gonna go for the slice, but Kurt punishes him. Can he turn the game now? Boxing gloves come out. Kurt is just getting a tad bit too cheeky here.
Yeah, that was almost an execution, but well, it's what it is. That is a time. I mean, this is a perfect time. You have one guy left. You have the numbers advantage. You can pull out an execution. They're just enjoying the game, but you cannot enjoy just yet because it's 4-3, and it can be turned around later on by 4SKK, especially if they can break through on what SKADI has done and how they position themselves.
Slow pace. Mark still finds Kurt punished early this time round. Cisco hunting for heads here. Is he gonna get intercepted into the headhunter group right after this? Cisco spots one, but Damia with a punisher hits a double. Damia out of nowhere, but Chroma will be able to take a quick, easy one as Damia finds that reload. 4-3, but it's a 2v2. Chroma. The bomb plant does not get successfully pulled off here, Neptune, as Jimmy gets spotted out. They circle around. Might have made a great mistake here, as it is going to be Taipei that has got their backs.
Yeah, Taipei might be able to go for a backstab. Ooh, there goes Trigger Discipline. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, Freezy has been taken down, but no. Chroma is in there, though. He was busy typing. He knows how to pull the trigger.
Yeah, he had his eye on their backs all the time. He tried to rotate over into a good position. Unfortunate because he just didn't have a good use of access into that site once he spotted them, right? No tacticals being used. None of that to be abused at all. A lot of those are used at the start of these rounds. So I understand exactly where they're coming from. But 5-3, SKADI almost running away with SSND now.
A little bit of panic for the side of Taipei, but he has been taken down. Damia, though, potential for him to turn around, but it is a 2v3, and this is position that SKADI managed to pull away from the previous round. Now, the slowdown has been done. No plant yet. And the roam of Evan, this might be the thorn that can be put in on SKADI. As Mark has been taken down, it's now the end. Well, this is what we're talking about, AJ. Or KINCAID pulling another point.
Great decision making coming through from SKADI to not go in for the plant because they were down by one man. But on that rotation, they just got caught out by Mark initially. Sorry, I believe it was Evan. But either way, 4SKK outnumbering them, pulling that one round back. Can they continue to survive? My goodness, that one should have been able to take an earlier shot.
Yep, well, Mark as a pirate, X marks the spot for him and still trying to go for that shot. One down already, but the bomb has been planted and Cisco managed to take down Damia. Taipei right now, good potential for him for a lot more, but it is now a 2v3. Let's see if Taipei can type on it. No! Tokyo and Chroma, signature from them.
My goodness, he just did not expect another player there. Heard the gunshot, stepped on out, saved his buddy, and took the final kill off that round. Match point now for SKADI, 4SKK. I mean, this is exactly what I mean. Case in point, a team with a lot of potential, but needs to really shape themselves up perfectly for future competitions. They are just not there yet.
Yep. And well, as you can see in the elimination, they can put a lot, but Chroma and the rest of the gang right now is just putting a number on them. It is now a 2v3 that quick. Jibby is just backing off. Tokyo still managed to take them down, and Tokyo pulls out the glove, but it is Evan you're facing off, and it's a 1v2. Let's see if a clutch is potential for this match, because it's Mark and Cisco with the snipes.
Oh my goodness, and Mark finds the trail of Evan. 7-4. Match comes to an end. Valiant effort out of 4S KINCAID, but SKADI, the better team all throughout that matchup for sure. Many moments of opportunity that we saw. 4S KINCAID could have run away with the game, but you know, they just were not making the right moves, especially when they initially had a fantastic advantage. They had the bomb, but they allowed the pace to be dictated by SKADI, who were of course better on the guns.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure has been put in by SKADI even when they were on defenders. So it's very difficult to go against this team of SKADI because they know how to like rush things and even slow it off. But we saw a little bit of signs of light for SKK, especially with the damage they can put out in terms of that elimination. Imagine that's 12 and 10 for Ivan and Damia. That is a lot potential for a win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some players on the side of 4S KINCAID were really putting in the work. Evan was the star player this time round. No doubts whatsoever. Almost every single round, you saw him really bringing out the frags. Damia, any single round, you're seeing that double kill come through from Damia as well. But it just wasn't enough, because even if you're going to be matching up in terms of the gunfight, it's still an objective-based match. That's what Call of Duty Mobile is. You have to play the objective. And they just weren't putting themselves in the perfect position to play that objective, right? Rushing in a little bit too quickly into the side of SKADI without playing for frags, without the numbers, they weren't really going to make it through. They were trying to brute force their way through. We saw that as a perfect example through Dramia's, multiple kills. Evan, early access frags, they were great at it, but you're not going to be able to go very far. And that was proven as SKADI stepped up the game once again to put a pause into 4S KINCAID's hope to make it through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, and well, with that loss, or I would say with this win by SKADI, this ties up how the record shows on PV Sage as well as Savage Huntsman. So in terms of what can be pulled out by a different team against SKADI, yes, they can pull out a few rounds, but if they turn on the communication as well as the retaliation against these teams, they are ending it with a win. So it's already a 2-0 for this series. Crossroads, though we only saw PV Sage against SKADI on Crossroads, but for the most of 4S KINCAID, they are practically living in it in control. And let's see if they can pull it out this time against SKADI.
In the matchup against Team Savage Huntsmen, 4S KINCAID managed to walk away with 2 rounds. Versus SKADI, we see 4 rounds here. Hardpoint was very similar in terms of how it ended against the Savage Huntsmen. There is a huge potential that 4S KINCAID gets a consolation prize off of the series down here at Crossroads Strike. This control, once again, they've taken it off of Savage Huntsmen, and they've taken it off against LVX as well. They know this map. They know how to find the control, be it on the attack or the defense. So I've got my fingers crossed here for 4S KINCAID this time round. Again, I mean, Neptune.
Well, we saw the improvement from Search and Destroy, and that can trickle too onto that Crossroads. So that is what we're hoping for. That is what we're looking for. But again, I guess we're going to begin in Crossroads Strikes in a bit, and once that happens, that we'll be able to find out which side are they more proficient, because whether it's an attacker or defender, because it works both ways in this map.
Of course, in the matchup against Savage Huntsmen as well as LVX, both those games, they started off on the attack. They have shown us that they are capable of doing both. But against a team like SKADI, who are much better in the gunfights department, of course, that sort of a performance is going to be quite a challenge to bring out once again. They have to pull those tactics out. They have to play this one slow, especially when they are on the attack.
Yep, this is where everyone will be tested on how they can win the gunfights and also go for the objectives. So as we are seeing a few engagement already, a few elimination, it's more of SKADI taking advantage of that, but no capture has been done just yet. And it is SKADI on the defensive, and we know how they can pull out a great defensive even from that search and destroy earlier. But will it be something that will surprise SKADI if KINCAID pulls another one?
Tokyo already trying to go in for that early spawn trap on 4S KINCAID. They break away from that, but the lives are dwindling. 16 more to play with on the side of 4S KINCAID. Can barely get to the attacking side here, either at A or B control. They're still trying though. They use the command center. They hop on in towards B. But look at this. It's all in the slaying department. Once again, SKADI taking the one up over them, barely allowing them to do much on this map.
Chroma has been taken down after 4 combination of elimination. That is why the result is 7-8 onto the lives department. Only a few of those ticks being done right now by 4S KINCAID, and Bravo very close to that first one. But is this enough? It is 7 lives remaining for them. They are very close to capture that Bravo, but this might be a plan for 4S KINCAID. Funnel them on later or probably take them out one at a time. 20 seconds remaining and the capture of Bravo has been stopped. Tokyo is just waiting for his opportunity for the backstab, but Jibby goes in for the hit. Chroma goes down.
4S KINCAID just keeps playing with my emotions here, man. They make it seem like it's possible. I mean, look at this. Both sides have got one segment completed, and they've also got a little bit of marker on that second segment as well, but it's just way too late. Way too little lives on their side. I just wish that kind of a push had come earlier in the matchup where there's a lot more time to play around with. 3 more seconds to go. Kurt pulls out the boxing gloves, but the execution gets cancelled as Mid steals away the slay through a melee. I mean, at this point, you're not going to see an execution from the side of SKADI because nobody on their side is allowing their partner to.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the one thing that you can do so that the execution will be stopped. Just beat him to it. I mean, let's see if they can beat him in this game. 4S KINCAID is the ones on the defense, and so far they are doing well and slaying a few more for the side of SKADI, and no capture is being done just yet. As positioning-wise, 4S KINCAID had it in the bag, even for the few seconds that they have it in there on that Bravo or on that Alpha rather. They are being put down, and GB is just on their own. This guy might be the slayer of this match, but no, Damia and Kurt still doing the same.
I'm hoping GB does not overextend here. He does spot a couple of players from across the battlefield. CBR4 should be able to beam them down. But it's going to take quite a number of shots and one life lost. Typee does manage to trade one right back, but Kurth goes down as well. And you see SKADI losing a lot of lives. Immediately, they slow the pace down. They really want to keep 4S KINCAID guessing here. 4S, they have the advantage. They've been playing this really well. Prioritization in terms of defensive positions have been played really well from 4S as well. This is a big potential of a round win here.
Yeah, and well, as you can see, it's already 7 deficit in terms of lives, and they are being taken down. There's a grenade coming from Typee or the CBR, but they don't need to rush that quickly because they might be caught off guard. The SKADI is just waiting for that opportunity. Alpha is being captured to a second tick, and the third one might go, but that would depend on the engagement later on. They can funnel them in onto that Bravo, but they're letting go of a lot of lives that quickly.
A 10 life advantage reduced to just nothing. 9-8. The lives are just switching back and forth here. SKADI, from almost getting snuffed out in this round, have given themselves yet another lifeline. One more hill to go. They've added on the time as Chroma tries to slide around, finds Damia. 7 lives on the opposite end, only 4 around to play here for SKADI. No more respawns for both teams at this point.
Yeah, 3v5 situation, and they will be slowing it down a little bit, but Damia is not slowing down. Cisco, though, in the far range, still on the sniper. This is a difficult weapon to use, especially in this situation in 2v4, but Typee can go for a rush back against that the rest of the team, and they're just waiting. 48 seconds, and this is the stall that 4S KINCAID needs.
Cisco's regretting pulling out the sniper. He has got no more respawns to work around with, so he can't change his gun. A little unfortunate there, so he needs to be absolutely accurate with this next attack. Needs to call that backup as well, but only has mids to depend on. They're not going to play tandem as they break away from each other. Jimmy gets caught out in the open, manages to take that 180, tags up Cisco as well. Cisco doesn't get away from that, but manages to put Evans down, traded out by Taipei in a 1v2 clutch time for boss Cisco.
Let's see if Rice Boy can bring in the toppings in this game. A split push being done. This guy in Evan goes in. It's Jivy. Sorry, rather. Jivy is just waiting on the platform, catwalks, and just took him down. No opportunity for him really on a long distance, especially with the angle that has been held for the remaining members of Forest KINCAID.
I wonder if Cisco's going to stick to the snipe after that. Yeah, he's going to stick to the snipe. He's like, I'm going to show you. Okay, all right, you show us, Cisco. Sparrow brought out by Evan this time round on the attack. And this time that A side is going to get capped pretty quickly, at least for the very first segment. Second segment on toe now. The defense coming through from player number 2. It's going to be Cisco. Slides on in, but player number 5 on the opposite side gets taken down. Kurth could not stand the heat. But that first segment that did manage to get capped. So great start by 4S.
Unfortunately, for the side of 4S KINCAID in terms of capture, they were in there, well, not really unlimited, but one at a time moving into that alpha, trying to go for that rush before the second tick will be cleaned out. And this moment, it's already good defense being made by SKADI for them to stop this approach onto that A side, and they might be funneling in on the Bravo, depending on the decision that will be made by 4S KINCAID.
22 lives left here for the side of SKADI and 4S KINCAID with just 11 on toe. Cisco with the claw manages to claw away at all of these lives and still hasn't gone down just yet. Brings out the Pretty as well. Is Cisco gonna hit a double? Damia goes down. Cisco still alive and kicking. The guy is on a roll, fully streaked up. All of the streaks being used, and 4S KINCAID can't do much. There's 3 lives left here. 26 seconds. All is lost as SKADI once again rages on when they're on the defense.
That is one thing about a sniper in control. You can put yourself in a safe position as well as find an opening and an angle to go for the hit. Jimmy right now being chased, and Freezy will be taken down. It is just one guy against all, and GB still not being captured. But finally, it is an execution being pulled, and it is Cisco, this guy, getting his 24th elimination.
I tell you, dude, Cisco did not eat any rice today, okay? He is sharp. He is on the ball. Everything that Cisco's thinking of, everything that he's trying to manifest out there is coming to fruition. Cisco might just be the sage of the day. Let's see if or not PB Sage can one-up him later on. 2-1 thus far. 4S KINCAID showed us a great defensive round earlier on. Let's see if they can pull that off once again.
See, there's still plenty of time for them to go for the capture, and 4S KINCAID right now gathering all the corners and protecting that alpha. Even right now for the backstab, and they're unsuspecting Freezy and just on a roll towards where the information brings him. But it is just a 4S KINCAID battle that is happening right now on that kill feed, and not so much showing for the side of SKADI.
If Cisco and team straight up lose this round, Cisco's going to be regretting all of those streaks that he pretty much speed ran on in the previous one, right? 18-23. 4S KINCAID still with the advantage here. Sends out a hunter killer drone on the prowl as well. Defensive circling around. Player number 1-4 as well as 3. They're going to be split apart as this A side gets sneaked away slowly. A double operator investment from the side of SKADI to make sure this gets done.
Damia has been taken down. Is Chroma the Purifier, who just cleaned up that alpha, and they are on the way to capture that double tick, the second tick, and still they are trying to box out 4S KINCAID from where they are spawning, and this is a spawn trap being pulled by the attackers right here, and nothing is being done just yet by 4S KINCAID, and Alpha will be captured. Bravo right now, but the lives is very, very close.
2 lives in deficit. Cisco and squad, what can they do now? Well, 4S KINCAID make this comeback. They've lost that A side already. Extra time for SKADI to pull this job off. 3 life deficit. Damia finding mids just makes it a little bit more easier for 4S to get this job done. By Tokyo is continuously punishing them. Damia once again steps it up. 19 kills thus far. Damia is on a roll. 5 on the spree and has to back away, but the damage has been done already.
Somebody stop this guy. I mean, he has not been taken out just yet, and he's in a safe position, but 4 is in there surrounding him. Finally, the takedown of Damia brings it to an 8-8, but Forest Kincaid is just buying for time. They are waiting for SKADI to show up and beat them down, but no, it's just a trade-off after trade-off. Bravo, though, not yet captured, and this is just a TDM.
Yeah, 4S still does have the advantage. The 3 operators for the activation. Cisco could bring it out. Cisco could finish this right here, right now. A well-used claw can just be the death of the players on the side of 4S Kincaid. Taibi finding Tokyo in a 5v4 now. Cisco still alive, and Kincaid finds the first one. Chroma takes the second. Damia drops Cisco, but Damia's all alone now.
All alone, and 3 against him.
Wow.
Chroma for the final hit through the smoke. And there you have it. 3-1. SKADI brings it home.
I mean, it was a great fight from the side of 4S Kincaid. But once again, a little bit of a mismatch here. Lots of potential, but that potential didn't turn up in terms of beating SKADI here. It was a known result. We were expecting a side of SKADI to step into this fight, perhaps a little cocky, perhaps a little overconfident that they've made it through the knockout stages. It might have turned out or started out on that note, especially in that hard point where we saw signs of life from 4S Kincaid.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it seemed to be a little bit balanced, but SKADI woke up in that hard point matchup, never went back to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, again, who could sleep if you haven't eaten just yet? And I guess if Cisco will be showing up in the interview, and he might, then we will be able to get that answer. But again, this is a different side of Cisco right here. He managed to take that MVP, though Chroma beats him with 2 elimination. But in terms of, I would say, the deaths, his survivability using that sniper has been a great potential of getting that win for SKADI. Forest Kincaid, though, there's huge numbers being brought in, but not so much that they can control how SKADI is approaching them, especially in the spawn trap being pulled twice in this series.
I mean, I'm just nothing but impressed with how well Cisco's doing. Because once again, not only did this guy bomb out in Season 4, performed very questionably in comparison to what we were expecting out of him, and now he is being put to the test because the team members that he's been partnered up with here, Chroma, Tokyo, Mids, these guys are no amateurs, right? They're super pro players out there on the battlefield who can do any team in as long as they put their minds to it. And Cisco's outdoing them in certain situations, out-fragging them. 30 kills this time round. In that S&D, he did great as well. He's been stepping up even in that hard point. I'm thoroughly impressed, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, really, the same goes for me. It's not just leading the team in terms of giving them what they can do and putting them, leading them in the scrims, but it's leading by example, putting up the numbers as well. And that is what you have to do if you are ones who will be controlling, not really controlling, but managing a team like SKADI, coming from different teams, and like the chemistry has been built already. It's more of putting out all the numbers, and that's what Cisco's doing.
Of course, in this group, things have been pretty easy for SKADI, I have to say. Nothing much has pushed them to the very edge. I don't think any of these series have particularly challenged them in any way, pushed them to the very brink of defeat. In Control, no team has been able to take 2 rounds away from them. In S&D, the best number of rounds anybody has been able to take away from SKADI has been 4 rounds. That includes SAVAGE Huntsmen. In Hardpoint, you have had 0 teams go past the 150-point mark against SKADI thus far. How crazy is that? But with all that said, the final challenge is still here for SKADI. We know they are one of the 2 titans in this group. The titan that they take on next is going to be ZHAG on the final day of the group stage for Group A. That will really tell us where the SKADI stand overall in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's like who amongst these 2 teams would want to stain their record? It's perfect run for both of these teams, SKADI and ZHIG. And well, it's we really cannot predict that it will be a one-sided match. It will be a like back and forth all the way, and at some point one will be losing a wrap, and that is where it is on the line. But again, they're still in the top two, so regardless of the result of the next matchup that they have, they will still be going to knock off. But who has knocked off a lot? It is Chroma. It's 31.33 on the average kill, 1.96 on that KDA, and it is like it's not an easy matchup, especially with the respawns.
No, not at all, man. I mean, this guy really stepped it up, especially in this matchup. I mean, at the start of the day, he was on a KD average of 1.29. To bump that up to a 1.96 today literally means he was out there slaying and not giving away his life all that too many times. He had a solid day of performance out there today on the side of SKADI. There's no doubt on that whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they need, especially in matches like Hardpoint and Control we're in. Though it's not just about elimination, it's also the objective, but it brings you to the objective if you can eliminate anyone who's across you. So let's see if that will be shown, because on the next series that we're going to see, because that ends it for SKADI and for KINCAID. Though this is something that we expect, the 3-0, but the matchup and how close it is for some of the battles earlier, that was quite surprising. Really props to Forest KINCAID. But we're going to have an interview in a bit, and I won't be surprised if this is Rice Boy who's joining us.
Yep, it's always going to be Cisco. Let's welcome him. Cisco, welcome once again. Congratulations on the victory on your series. That's 6 for 6 thus far. How are you feeling about that, buddy?
How am I feeling? What?
I swear to God, Cisco, I'm gonna take a flight down to Cebu and I'm gonna
I miss
choke
you,
out.
man.
I miss you too, bro. Okay, wait. First of all, what onesie is that?
A unicorn onesie.
Oh, dude, where did you get that from, man? My girl has been asking me one for ages now.
I don't even know. It's my mom who got it like a long time ago. You should get one though.
Hit me up with your mom's number. I need to ask her a good question, and we will. I'll ask her that after broadcast. Okay. Okay. Now, 2 questions from me already, Neptune. I think I've exhausted my options here.
Well, one question though, we have been debating this earlier, or AJ has brought it out earlier. Did you eat before this match? Because it seems like you are on fire hungry for those eliminations.
Rice.
So you see,
it's
he's
only
just
now.
eating. The guy just started eating. Play on an empty stomach, guys. I'm telling you, dude, that's the best advice I can give anyone, right? You'll be on your game. Cisco, is that a secret? Were you hungry?
Nah, I wasn't hungry. It's just yes.
What?
I wasn't hungry. It was
Nah,
just,
nah,
yes.
I mean, okay, I'll be honest with you, I did eat, but it was like some instant food.
Were you
the
lying all this
gamer
while
food.
then? You said you'll be honest with me. Were you lying all this while?
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but before I played, I did eat some gin ramen.
Okay, fair enough. So ramen might just be the answer, but you know, just have something else to eat before the matchup against ZHAG. We'll see how you do. Thank you very much for your time, Cisco. We'll catch you in the next one if you win your series.
Bye, Mustacho. Goodbye, Neptune.
Bye.
Bye.
This guy. I almost say Neptune onesie. That would be so weird if he came out with a Neptune onesie.
How would that look? I mean, the Locust Neptune might work. I'm quite sure.
On the planet, I don't know, man. But thank you very much for tuning into that crazy shenanigans that Cisco always brings to the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, series number 2 of the day.
there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Garena Masters Season 5 Group Stage for Group A continues, and this is day number 6, which means there's today and one more opportunity for the teams who is trying to squeeze themselves into the knockout stages. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming, and it has been quite the fun day, but the day is about to turn Savage Snap. LVX now takes on Savage Huntsmen.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see if Savage Huntsman will be able to catch up with the more points after how they start off this group stages. Remember that they went against SKADI, who just fought earlier, as well as ZHIG, which I would say brought down the expectation for the team of Savage Huntsman. But this is where they are just starting to build out, and LVX just needs to fight against that.
I have to be honest, the matchup that Savage Huntsman took against SKADI was a tad bit disappointing for me because I expected them to be on equal standing, but there was no fight from the side of Savage Huntsman, and then they got beaten down by ZHAG. But we saw the rise of the Huntsman against 4S KINCAID, Spender, as well as 4 Suits eSports. So now I've got a tad bit of hope once again. LVX, on the other hand, they have not been taking the best of series. They dropped one against 4 Suits eSports, and of course against the 2 Titans of Group A as well. LVX could shock the world of Call of Duty Mobile today by beating Savage Huntsman, or Huntsman could secure their spot in the knockout stages by pulling a 3-0 here. It could go either way. But of course, Series 3 and 4 that is on standby for you guys later on down the day. Spender takes on 4 Suits eSports, followed by ZHAG, closing the day off against BB
Yeah, and this second series, this is where it might be the fair matchup that we are looking for, because pretty much in most of Group A's battle, it is mostly one-sided, a 3-0 potential, except for 1 or 2 battles, but this is the exception that we have. Savage Huntsman against LVX, and we just want to see how they improve so much after the battle against SKADI and ZHAG, because they started off with not so much of a hard opponent or a Titans, but with those 2 series back-to-back against SKADI and ZHAG compared to how Savage Huntsman is, it might brought down their motivation, or probably they learned something out of it. It would be either way.
Amil Abdullah, I do not encourage you asking me to come in a full unicorn uniform. Calm down, son. Dirk, Zen, Trav, Jimbo, Xavier, as well as Edict, they represent Savage Huntsman. How would they like it if they had to come in a unicorn uniform? I do not think I would be flattering at all in a onesie.
In a onesie and in a unicorn, I would say. I mean, we try to keep the colors that we're wearing, AJ, especially with our complexion.
Yeah, amen.
And well, Cisco can pull it off.
He can. He's a fair
he
baby.
can pull it off. He's a fair
I'm
baby.
a duck baby. I'm a duck. Unfortunately, I'm a duck baby. Okay, it's not gonna match, all right.
Like it might look like a cross of unicorn and panda. At some point. I don't know. But anyways, this is LVX. We have Joke Flacco, Yams, Qwerty, Light, and Yukish. Let's see if they can surprise us, especially as how Yukish has been so well in initiating search and destroy, but that will be in the second map because he's done that in so many instances from the previous matchup. That was from the Titans themselves. So let's see if that is one thing that he can do together with Joke.
There's a huge difference between these two teams here. LVX, they have got a team that can play hardpoint, which means there's no one specific objective player that is 100% committed to that job, and you don't have others holding their own positions outside, slaying, rotating around, anchoring down all of the spawns. You have the role assignment as well as the roles played to perfection on the side of Huntsman. Jimbo's, of course, going to be that objective player, aided by Xavier. It's a more streamlined setup on the side of Huntsman. It's a cleaner execution for sure. That is going to be one of the key points where LVX will need to repair on the fly here in this matchup. And on top of everything else, Arsenal for the first time in the group stage, unless of course that happened in the 2 days that I missed out, but first time here that I'm witnessing on the group stage here. Savage Huntsmen versus LVX. Things do not look great, and I think LVX dragged us into this map.
Yeah, I mean, won't be surprised. They might have studied the map wins that has contributed to the placement of Savage Huntsman, and with the introduction of a new map, this is the advantage that they might be looking for. So, starting it off in a different map where not so much has been showing a lot or not showing at all, it might be the changes that LVX has to throw off Slums and Raid later on. So we'll have to find that out later. And again, I won't be expecting so much because we haven't seen games from this map yet.
I really am confused as to why we got brought into Arsenal. I think both sides dislike this map equally as much. Both sides love banning Arsenal out of Hardpoint, and I think they have got the exact same number of bans on this particular map. And I think both sides thought, okay, they like to ban Arsenal, so we won't. But they both had the exact same thought. And then one clown just thought, hey, they didn't ban Arsenal, which means it's our luck. Okay, this could be so good, or it could be horribly bad for both sides, right? And it's a big map, Neptune. You know, if you're not going to keep a clean game here, either side could pretty much run away with that, as long as they're keeping up with their gunfights department, which thankfully LVX has shown us that they are capable of doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's preparation also as well, because at some point for hard point, you need to find out where you'll be rotating, controlling the spawns, even pulling out a spawn trap if it's possible. But big map just like this, it might not be. But again, it's more of the objective-based hard point that we want to see in new maps just like this. Just go back to the basics, and you will be taking that advantage against your opponent.
I am nervous for Savage Huntsmen because their playstyle for Hardpoint, just having that one dedicated objective player, is not going to function very well on Arsenal. This is the kind of map where you need to throw literally everything, including the kitchen sink, at your opponent. You need to play your time on the objective if you have that opening. The map is huge. You're going to be possibly spawning all the way across. By the time you travel back down, your opportunity of maybe 6-7 seconds on the hill is gone. So the playstyle of LVX, where everybody's just switching in and out, playing for slays, just fighting a lifeline on Hardpoint, is going to check out on this map. So I'm very nervous for Savage Huntsmen. They better win out all of their gunfights, or this one is going to say adios to them on the first match in itself, which will be quite the heartbreak here, looking at how Savage Huntsmen are finally doing well in the competition.
I mean, they worked their way through getting that 2-1 against Force KINCAID, and then Spender and Forsuits eSports just cleared it out on 3-0. And it will be a heartbreak, really, if in case they lose one in here, start of the the day, start of the series, and it might, and we know how it affected teams as well, because we've known the players, even Derp, that it affects him so much because he always puts the team on his shoulders, and hopefully that is not the case. I mean, looking forward to a great matchup between these two teams. Hopefully the damage either way will not affect them in the succeeding maps.
Thankfully, Savage Huntsman, they now have a coach as well. So that's fantastic, because I think you are spot on when you say Derp has been shouldering a lot of this burden all on his own. He's the in-game leader. He's the guy who's in charge of them, keeping them together. And when he's taking on all of this pressure, it's just not going to be the best for him to make those decisions. As a coach, being, you know, the third person looking at it from the outside, should be able to make better sound judgments for the team of Savage Huntsmen. But this is going to be a risk for the Huntsmen. They have to play this game at Arsenal down to the T. They cannot afford to get slain out here. If we start seeing LVX run away with this, I'm going to be worried for the whole series here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good potential for them to snowball later on. And, well, the engagement already being done. P1, another sloppy P1. But I would agree with you, in the spawns, it takes a while before one team can travel towards that P1. Thus, it's not so much in getting a lot of points, especially in how the trade-off is happening. Like right now, almost, and they're in the takedown, but he has been brought down. It's Huntsman's time right now to gather all the points, but still 9 or 10 and only 20 seconds remaining. Not so much from both teams.
Yep, 10 to 9, and it's pretty equal now. One more player to play out, and LVX has got good control here. 2 players attacking from the cafe side. They circle around. There's going to be Zen as well as Jimboss. By the time they get there, though, like I said, time's going to be up. They start focusing on P2 instead. LVX, all they need to do is just take a 2-prong attack, because they are in a fantastic position from P1, rotating into P2. There's 2 ways, right? Cafe as well as batteries. You attack it from both sides. You've got that perfect pincer maneuver. Find the break, force your opponents to spawn on the opposite side of the map, and you've got a clean 10 seconds guaranteed.
Yep, and 3 already stepping in for side of Savage Huntsman. 2 on the roll, coming in from the right-hand side of our map. And it's a good thing that engagement into that P2 has been won by Savage Huntsman. Thus, they are catching up in the points. But like, it's a little bit spread for the side of LVX. They're spread too thin to go in for that break. Thus, they are being taken down. 30 seconds to spare and still on the yellow team.
That's the final elimination coming through courtesy of QWERTY, and now he goes in for the Annihilator investment as well. Great break coming on through, 20 seconds to play. Savage Huntsmen, they take the spawn off of yellow storage, mainly because LVX wasn't anchoring that down. So advantage to Huntsmen now, but it's a huge map. You have to start rotating over. This is that early rotation. Huntsmen can barely play the hard point. You need to be on the ball every single moment of this game, or Arsenal's going to leave you in the dust. 51 to 33. LVX in the lead.
And one thing that really worries me, if you're the guy who spawns a little bit too far from that hill and the rest of the team will be taken out as they defend or probably contest, then you will be brought in and a lot of points will be to waste. But it's still balanced between both of these teams right now. Team Yellow, which is Savage Huntsman, is trying to catch up. This guy in too, Savior, trying to defend it by himself. It's a good thing that the spawn surprisingly is on their side, but they have been taken down. It is LVX time this time for that capture.
Jimboss can make a big impact here. If he flanks around from that front side of entrance, he should be able to blow this hard point wide open, and he does win out his gunfight. Great big fight through the growl coming through. He's got a little bit of backup as well, but he's nowhere close to the hard point. Just that one small little window. He has got not many angles to play with. Doesn't go for that long flank. Final 10 seconds, and they all have to rotate. This is so painful, man. I hate Arsenal because it's such a different flavor to hardpoint in Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, you cannot risk buying time before you go and rotate. That is a cost of playing Arsenal. And that is the advantage that LVX has, because they are winning gunfights. They're also controlling the spawns that they have. And as you can see, 3-man push managed to survive all those gunfights. Zen not seeing anyone with a death machine. This is a wasted effort already for Savage Huntsman.
And this is exactly where all of that experience from Derp comes in. This is a very familiar map to him. He plays it on console. He knows knows exactly the angle to attack from, and that did give them a little bit of a leeway all through that subway area. They had a 4-man stack, winning out the initial gunfights, but nobody was on the flank. Nobody was really punishing the team of LBX from the back. They kept spawning out, managing to hop on back into position, stop the bleeding initially, and now slowly taking over the hard point. But at the very same time, Zen doing the same on the opposite side. The bleeding has been stopped by Huntsmen. They're not allowing LBX to run away too far from them just yet.
But there's no running too far for the side of LBX because the spawns is quite near to the next hill. So a few more seconds, a few more points can be given to SAVAGE HUNTSMEN and 3-man push or 3-man approach as they wait for it to open up. As you can see, the movement on the minimap by SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, they're just going in for one side approach, thus being taken out one at a time. Yams and QWERTY in there going for that hit, and that annihilator really annihilated SAVAGE HUNTSMEN in that gunfight.
Timing as well as positioning key on this Arsenal map if you want to play a clean game of hardpoint, or else you're just going to get slain out. LBX knows exactly where to expect Huntsmen from. Huntsmen just not surprising them with their positioning. Look at player number 4. Jimboss could have gone in for the backstab straight through ZHAG. Look at player number 2 in blue, how he's traveling. That's what Jimboss could have done. That would have opened up the hill once again for the Malaysian side. But those are just those key decisions that are failing on the side of Huntsmen. They smash it from the right hand side with the spawn as well as the numbers. 15 seconds to go. LBX can go in for the early rotation, but it is Huntsmen forcing them to spawn on the right hand side of the map. Huntsmen knows the map, but LBX is outplaying them on the guns a little bit.
Yeah, I would say it's a good decision for the early rotation. It's just the spawn is quite scarce for the side of SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. It's some of them are being brought in to the further side of the map, thus it's difficult for them to rotate and provide that backup. It's a good thing that 3 members are still alive when it opens up, and they are still receiving or giving a lot of damage for the side of LBX. They are on roll to tie it up probably or reach at 100 mark before the damage can be brought in by LBX, but it's a slow push being done by Demon Blue.
Biggest difference being made by Huntsmen this time around. They're no longer pushing Jimboss to be that solo objective player. Everybody's backing him up. Huntsmen have smartened up. LBX in true trouble right now. Huntsmen also need to make sure they shape up a little bit of those gunfights as well to make sure LBX doesn't run away with this matchup. Flacco's going to show up from the top floor, finds the slay. LBX finds the break. On to P2 we go. Huntsmen must say now. 10 more seconds for the travel.
And the spawn's still not favoring SAVAGE HUNTSMEN as it is on the side of LBX already. This guy in 3, Flacco, knows where he can position himself as well as to anchor everything for the side of the LBX, and still doing a great job as well in the elimination department. He has a 19, but compared to Joke, who's very close to 30 already, the Slayer is in a roll.
Yeah, but Joke is camping at that point of time. He, unfortunately, could have backed up his team members a tad bit earlier here. Shows up at the wrong time, gets slain out. A misplay by Joke gives away the hill to the side of Huntsmen, as well as great big control here at this point. And the stab from the back, the gods of RNG giving the spawn away to LBX, but anchored down by Huntsmen. Here comes Zen as well, playing the role of anchor earlier on. He has managed to give Huntsmen the one up here. They just need to win out their gunfights, but they get slain out. 3 objective players on the side of LBX should be able to anchor this down. 20 seconds gives one more opportunity for Huntsmen to find a break.
And this trade-off in terms of elimination as well as a capture is giving me a headache. I mean, it's very difficult to say who has a clear view of that win, because it's just back and forth. And well, that's one thing that we love on Hardpoint. We are seeing that there's great potential regardless of how tenure you are in the battle. And LDX is really showing a lot as they are very close to that 200 mark with the 1 minute already opened up into this hill. It is Flacco on that control, and let's see if he'll be able to stop who's rushing.
A little surprised to see not much of those spawn control coming through from the side of Huntsmen. LBX making it look very easy when it comes to controlling the pace of this matchup. They're always in the right place at the right time. I don't know if that's just their luck or they are really making sure they position themselves to be in the advantageous spot for those spawns. 2 more players going to be attacking from those back garden. Derp with the Annihilator. He makes good work. Trav finds the smash on the hill as well. And these 2 players single-handedly in the double team, pull the hill away. Huntsmen have got the numbers. They've got the back spawn of Gardens as well. They have the advantage now.
Yeah, advantage being taken, and let's see if they can take it a long way. 9 seconds remaining. Scrap time, and approach of Zen has been averted as they are already heading to that next hill. It is LVX who had great potential, but oh, they are taking down Savage Huntsmen. They will be grabbing a few more if this continues on.
This is just a little bit more of effort needed from the side of LVX. They need to hold this on. Play number 3 from the side of Zen. He's going to be making a couple of great big impact kills here. Needs to sustain his life a little bit longer though, but Yams quickly takes him out with the CBR4. Headshot. LVX 205. Freddy comes and rains down. It's not going to find a good shot enough here. Zen's not going to get caught out as well. You got to hate Arsenal for exactly that reason. A more open hill could have made the difference perhaps at the earlier rotation, but at batteries, it's still going to be LVX holding down this hill.
Yeah, it's a one-side approach being done by Savage Huntsmen. They have been taken down with the Pretty, and also those who are waiting as they knock into the door. And it is very close to already to that 250, but it will not end right here. Rotation will be done by both teams as they continue on, but the lead of LVX is very convincing. They are 15 points away to get this win, and Savage Huntsmen is still a loss into how they control the spawn.
Savage Huntsmen cannot afford to lose this match at all. They need to fight their way back. They cannot lose control of a single spawn advantage moving forward. But what am I talking about? They even lose out their gunfights. Here comes LVX once again. 11 points from completing this, which means 11 seconds needed on this hill. Hunter Killer Drone going to be sent out as well. Operators not available on the side of LVX, but Huntsman has got one to work around with. That's going to be Jim Boss by the time he circles around. Player number 4. This is going to be a crucial play for the MYSC side.
A lot of angles that has been held, a lot of rotations has been done, but towards the end, those who knows the map really takes that win. It is LVX who takes that hard point, and well, surprising that with this change of map, LVX has taken that advantage and goes back to what we were talking about before this match. Will this damage the next maps for Savage Huntsmen?
I think this was a map issue. I think Savage Huntsmen shouldn't have left this one for the open taking. LVX taking advantage of the moment of weakness here shown by Huntsmen. I have no idea why they would want to ban out Apocalypse and Summit. I thought they did pretty well on any one of those Apocalypse, the scrims that they were on. Summit, you know, Savage Huntsmen have played that one too many times already. They should have been able to overcome LVX very easily on that map, but it was them who just chose to take those two maps out of the equation. Very surprising take by Huntsmen, and they get punished. And remember what I was talking about, the game style of how many people play the objective on the side of Huntsmen. You only have Jim Boss usually dedicating himself to that play. On the side of LVX is everybody goes. Everybody's on the hill. I mean, look at that. The numbers are speaking for themselves. 1 minute average for the rest of the players. 148 for Light, 225 for Flaco. And on the right-hand side, you see Jim Boss, mainly the guy who's dedicating himself there. As anticipated, Xavier backing him up as well. Just not enough time from the rest of the players on the side of Huntsmen.
Yeah, and it's a learning experience for the side of the Huntsmen right here. Because, again, they need to switch it up a little bit, especially if they are seeing those numbers from their opponents. And, well, we mentioned that they might not have spotted that, so hopefully their coach will be able to point that out later on, do a little bit of plan of approach in the future. And it's not just in this map. The other maps, you can switch it up in an instant if you need to, and that's what they need to think about.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a one-size-fits-all. You cannot have that one exact strategy that you execute on every single map of Hardpoint. You know, each individual map needs its own strategy. Each individual game mode obviously need their own strategy. I guess this is one point where Savage Huntsmen did not foresee, which probably explains why they were banning out Arsenal a lot initially. I don't know why they switched from Arsenal to Apocalypse, and I think that only happened after series number 3. I guess they at one certain point of time got confident with that Arsenal map again. Either way, this one was an unfortunate call from Huntsmen, and they lost it very clearly because of the map pick.
Yeah, well, the next maps are familiar to both sides, and let's see. I mean, slums is one thing that a lot of teams have shown potential, especially in the long range towards that Bravo
Yeah.
and the hidden Alpha can be an advantage being taken, but snipers is on like one point that can change it all, and that is on the side of Derp. If they want to take back 1 point as early as now,
Yeah.
and probably take it later onto that raid, because they did well when they went against Forsuits Esports, even in Spender on that raid map, compared to what we've seen on LVX, wherein they didn't get a win against SKADI. Though it's difficult to say if you can get a win against SKADI.
This, I mean, you know, Savage Huntsmen have got a matchup against PB Sage later on, and LVX, I believe they will battle against Spender. So LVX has got a easy matchup next. PV Sage has a potential to put up a good fight against Savage Huntsmen, which just clearly means if the Huntsmen want that knockout stage spot, they have to win their remaining series. They cannot drop it against LVX, and they sure as hell can't drop it against PV Sage later on if they don't make it through this one, right? So the pressure is just going to get turned up a tad bit more. And on the side of LVX, this is a positive because now your opponents are nervous. All you need to do is really fight for your spot, right? And we've seen the potential from this team. You know, when they took on SKADI, when they took on ZHAG, there's a lot of potential. It's just a clear difference in terms of firepower, right? The gunfights. Now against Savage Huntsman, it's looking pretty equal, which is surprising if you're a Huntsman. So LVX now, from a little bit of a chance, have a lot of chance for overcoming the series.
I guess that's one thing to battle against Titans towards the end of this group. Now, I mean, because you learn a lot already. We saw how they lost against SKADI and ZHIG, and I guess that's where they learn, and hopefully it trickles down to the search and destroy as well, to that control later on, and that's against Savage Huntsman, who went like a long way already in terms of Garena Master season. So let's see if that will change. Search and destroy right now will be happening, and either way, I'm waiting for the best between these two teams.
I mean, they have to give us their best. They are playing for the knockout stage qualification, and LVX is looking absolutely hungry. They want to earn this for themselves, and this slums S&D will find out exactly who gets it. Huntsmen start off with the advantage as they push the attack.
They are on the dagger side. Derp, no angle to take. Oh, hit mark! Misses that and still managed to take down Yukish. A little bit too bold, though, for him to move, knowing that Derp is already on there. But this is a 4v5, and no one is taking the spot to cross the borders.
Great movements by Derp here. As soon as he gets spotted out, when he misses that shot, finds the opportunity to reposition. Doesn't give an easy life away to LVX. That's what you want to ask from your captain. Jim Boss now with the reposition, trying to find a cheeky angle off of the jump up here. Finds nothing just yet, but you gotta try until you do, as the players on the side of Huntsman are slowly wrapping around the right hand side. But player number 3, Flacco, he can be the difference maker here with the CBR4 and Dumpsters.
And Dumpsters and Zen is just waiting for them, but Jimbo's missing that opportunity. Well, the grass just spots them. Flacco right now has been seen. Jimbo's can back away and leave that elimination to Zen as they push through, but no, they're still showing there's great potential. Joe racing against them, and another one has been done. 2v3 and Savior for the plant. Let's see if what can be done in the retake.
Joke with a 1v2 clutch. That was a great slide in by Zen, but he got instantly punished. Joke, big brain play there, switching out to the secondary, managing to get the slave. In 2v2 with 30 seconds to go. Very doable here for the defending team of LVX. Joke circles around, Locust Electron in hand, but Derp is going to be the challenger on the opposite side, and the timing is accurate and perfect for the side of Derp. Derp spots out the final player as well. Flacco takes one, but the timing allows the Fennec held by Xavier to take the slate. 1-0 as Huntsmen take a fine attacking round against LVX.
In the moment that they went in for the plan, I mean, Savage Huntsman just backed off. And that should have been a signal already for LVX to find a different approach in rotation. And it was just planted. So there's plenty of time for them to go for the rotate. But they were just in there in the crosshairs of Derp just being taken down in that first match.
Derp with the quadra in the first match itself. This guy means business. Clearly, he was not very happy with the result of the Arsenal hardpoint matchup and is taking his rage out on LVX in this game. Let's see if that can result in a easy victory for the side of Huntsman. Joke. Quickscope does not connect with the reposition. Zen's gonna find the Punisher timing though, as Yukish backs him up. Zen goes down.
Yukish, with the snipers, really initiate a lot of gunfights. It's now a 3v5 situation, and Derp is still keeping their distance. They don't have an opening. They don't have any information, and they are stuck in their spawns as two of them are already being taken down, and Trav has nowhere to go, as well as Joke is just waiting for opportunity in this open area. But good rotation being done onto that Alpha. This might be a chance for them to take down Flacco. It might be a signal, though, for the rest of LVX for the approach, but Derp started off with that elimination. Flacco is still safe, can back up. Joke has been taken down. Quickly as that, it's a 3v4.
This is the kind of patience gameplay you expect from a team with the veteran knowledge and experience like the Savage Huntsmen. Derp leading by example. Flacco will be rushed by Xavier, who gets a fantastic shot against him. Both players playing their head glitch, but Flacco just a little unlucky as he faces off against the Fennec. But Light now, with the opportunity to flank around, doesn't have backup though. So timing crucial here for LVX.
Yeah, LVX right now needs to move a little bit quicker. 3-point approach being done. This might be detrimental for them. Savior for the hit against Yams. Light right now not pushing through, knowing that there's already one waiting for them. The backstab from Yukish is possible, but Derps hits Light, and it has darkened on them. Another point being taken by Savage Huntsmen.
Dude, that crossfire setup was a thing of perfection, courtesy of Savage Huntsman. I'm liking this. In fact, I'm loving this. Savage Huntsman showing so much of improvement in terms of positioning. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I literally cannot.
And that's one thing, like planning your approach on the start of the game, but post-plan, positioning yourselves, understanding where the opponents are coming from, and getting all the angles covered. That is what Savage Huntsman is showing right now. That we didn't see so much from the previous seasons. And Trav right now, the damager of the team, getting his second. We'll try to go for another rotation, and let's see on how it will be done by LVX this time around.
Then this is exactly why you should get a coach. You should always get a coach. This is what a coach can do. He can literally expose everything that you're doing not so perfectly, turn that around. Derp and Zen positioning wise, they take easy frags. Xavier punishing Yukish as well. Flacco left all alone in a 1v4, finds a couple of hits, but Xavier with the finisher. 3-0 dominating run courtesy of Savage Huntsman. I'm loving what I'm seeing, and this is a great comeback after a little bit of a lackluster approach in that hardpoint matchup earlier.
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure they're improving in the gameplay, especially in Search and Destroy with the coach that they have, with the addition of that fury coming from that hard point. I won't be surprised if they will leave LVX on a 0 run, but no! Yams and Light says no! They are on a roll with the spree, and Jimbos and Derps are the only two left in here, and a huge run into that mid lane, and rotation is a prime for the side of LVX, and Derp missing those shots, still not making it through, but Jimbos take down Yukish. It's now left to Jimbos on the solo.
A little nervous there as he took all of those shots, trying to rush through his gameplay.
Whoop.
And Jimbos will find himself punished by Joke from the opposite side. Attacked from two angles, Jimbos barely allowed a chance to play. That was a quick round coming to a finish on the side of LVX. Huntsman getting caught a tad bit off guard, but they do have 2 more rounds on this attack, which means advantage still on the side of Huntsman. They have to take both, Hunt. They have to take both if they want to win this series.
Exactly. They do have the advantage already. It's just those misses, those missed opportunity as well earlier that gave them that loss. Now with Derp initiating this battle, let's see what they can do. They need to slow it down a little bit because as you can see, the guard of the team of LVX has been broken already, giving them only Bravo to spot, and that Alpha is quite open, only one guarding it.
Let's see if or not LVX can execute the perfect defense here. They've already lost 1 man already. Just need to make sure they run that clock down, pile the pressure on Huntsman, don't allow them to find the access into those bomb sites. And Joe does a fantastic job of taking Jimbos out of the equation as Xavier goes down as well. Trap finds the trade. Flacco goes down. Zen stepping up. It's a 3v2. Number still on the side of Huntsman.
Derp right now might be surprised. Good thing Trav is in there in the backside, and Yukish has been taken down. Joke, the only one, and there's no joking around anymore. You are solo against three, misses that shot, and Derp takes him down. It is now 4-1. That was just a miss being done by SAVAGE HUNTSMEN on the 1 point, and they are still on attack though. They have that another point advantage.
Derp's blazing through LVX at this point of time, and he wants to lead by example, and what an example he is setting. 4 eliminations in the first round in itself to really hype the squad up. Derp missing a wide opportunity as Joke finds Xavier Trav. The trade onto Yukish is perfect. 4v4. A long rotation round by player number 3 as well as one. Zen and Trav circling around. At Arches meets player number 3. Flacco takes one quick one and he's still alive. Trav could not find the trade.
Could not find it, but Joke is not found as well. It's a 1v2 though, but Joke can manage. It is now down to a 1v1. Jimbo's now, and if I'm not mistaken, that is an R9 on him against the Locust Electron that Joke has. They need to be quick, and there's plenty of time though, as they are going in for the far end of this map. Distance gives Joke that advantage.
Yeah, Joe clearly knows exactly where to find an opportunity, but Jimboss spots him out, and Joke takes easy shots. Jimboss, unfortunately, could not find that clutch there, and we switch sides. Now the advantage to the side of LVX. This is still a winnable game now for LVX Huntsmen. They're going to rue the day they did not bring this one to a quick end.
And let's see if LVX can pull out a rush approach in this. This is usually how SAVAGE HUNTSMEN is being thrown off. If they rush things through, engagements already from both sides is quite balanced, and it's just those who are taking advantage on the 2v3s later on. But no eliminations just yet. It's just a standoff right now. But Yams a little bit too close, and there goes Yams with a hit against Jimbo's, and will not be spotted just yet.
I mean, Joke on 10 frags already is crazy on the side of LVX. They only have 2 rounds won here. The guy's really hard carrying the team when it comes to the frags. Joke with the first one, traded out by Zen. Derp shuts down Flacco. It's a 2v2. This is an advantage now to the defending team. They just need to hold the ground down. Great slide, but Yukish will counter it with his own slide. Derp taken out. 1v2 now. Light makes quick work of that, and LVX are back in business.
Separate 1v1s. One by LVX, one more, and they can bring it to a tie. And they're still an attacker. They dictate the pace, and well, they did dictate it earlier. Slowed it down, went in a fast mode, and towards the end, just win that engagement. Let's see. Rotation right now for the side of LVX is not yet one-sided though, favoring Alpha at this point, as Yams is just trickling through. But the surprise might not be happening again, because that is what happened earlier onto that A side.
Huntsman with a very aggressive defense. This is going to hold LVX back. All angles covered here, unless LVX wants to double stack Broken and find a very risky maneuver and access in towards this A site. Just like the crossfire was set up earlier on by Huntsman in that area, LVX knows exactly what to expect here. So towards that B bomb site might just be the better option that is chosen at the end of that stakeout.
Yeah, I mean, they have good openings on the snipes. Derps goes in, though. And quickly as that, the moment as Derp has getting that elimination, they rotate back into the mid. And it's just a wall dividing 2 of the guys that we have in Alpha. But Yukish trades off Derp, and, well, we'll see if they will go back to that Bravo.
Great trade coming through from Yukesh, but Zen and Xavier both step it up, and the double stack will provide them the opportunity. Play number 4, Jimboss finds the backstab, but now in a 1v2, Yukesh, sniper in hand. Defenders, all they need to do is just hold the bomb down and find this final kill.
Let's see if Yukish will be found, or will it be 404 later on. Jimbo's, oh my goodness, just one hit through the Broken, and there goes 1 point more for them for the match point.
Great angle played by Jimboss, and his opponent had no option there. I mean, had an option to go the long way around, but it's all about the rock, paper, scissors decision making in a situation like that. You got to choose a spot and attack it and play your best. Jimboss just had the advantage, and he took perfect use of that. 5-3, 1 more round for the match point. Huntsman on the defense. Lots of hits, no frags coming through just yet. Derp with a double out of nowhere, make that a
my
triple. Derp's on fire.
It's a good thing that he was able to hold that angle because the rush right now is favoring Derp, but it is a 1v1, Joke and Jimbos, and let's see as to who will win. Fennec in hand for side of Joke. Again, these two guys are the ones who ended it earlier, and the same approach being done by Joke, but well, Jimbos is not falling for the same trick. He will not be rushing in and will not give that opening.
Joke has got great movements, and the speed of that Fennec is going to give him a great big advantage. Jimboss, if he is on rotation and if he gets this rock, paper, scissors guess first, and if he's positioned at the right bomb site, he has the advantage with the R90. But it looks like Jimboss might have just gotten this wrong. Joke circling around towards this B bomb site and straight towards A. Jimboss awaits him.
Jimbos is just waiting. Oh my goodness. It is ring around the rosy. Both are going for rotation. And Joke will take this advantage. It's all cleared from where Joke was. And all he have to do is go for the plant.
This is exactly what our parents told us. Take your time, son. And if you take your time, the defender might just rotate over to the next bomb site. And then you've got an open bomb site to deal with. R90 Jimboss with a great big obligation now to find this lay and the diffusal. The great positioning from the side of Joke could just undo Jimboss. Through this door, Jimboss, quick travel. Timing! Joke missed that.
Let's see, Ninja.
Take it, bro, take it.
No! He fakes. And there goes Jimbos! Surprising, best timing. Well, we said that champions don't fake, but this time, Jimbos is still a champion in our books.
He didn't fake it, man. He heard the footsteps, and Jimbos is just going to be way too good for that. The setup there post-plant was unfortunately weak against Jimboss, and the timing turned out really well for Jimboss. The moment he took that cross, the grass blocked the view. Joke didn't find the play. Unfortunate. And now they got to hold back his team. But Yams with a double out of nowhere. Xavier trades back with a double. We are all equal.
All equal indeed. And a 3v3. Light still fighting the dark. And there goes Zen out of the window. There goes the bomb being taken by Joke. 3v1. And Derp is in trouble. They are on a winnable state earlier. But can still be switched around. 1v2 right now for the captain.
Yeah, clutchable one for Derp here. First out of 3 taken out of the equation already. Derp's going to be holding a far back angle at Arches here. A crossfire set up by LVX, expecting a very aggressive Derp. But now Derp waiting for this plant, spots out the player, and the angle just does not check out. The moment he got the confirmation, the player managed to get away from that sticky situation. And now, open bomb site. No smokes to play around with. He's gonna go for the cheeky one. And he is in the perfect position. Yukis is gonna miss this. Derp with a timing. And he gets it. And Derp gets it. Huntsmen walk away with a fantastic reputation-earning victory over LVX.
Even Derp was wowed on how he managed to do that. I mean, he did fake. Yukish didn't rush and still continued on at Ninja. There's no angle that he can be taken down there, even if Yukish just go slide. And that is what Derp has to offer for this team. A lot of high IQ gameplay based on experience, and he did well.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a well-played game from the side of Savage Huntsmen. The first loss on Hardpoint was 100% based on the map that they played. Arsenal's clearly not their strong suit, and they have to fix that. In order to fix a play at Arsenal is just to make sure more of your players find that objective to be played, as well as that early rotations that just didn't favor them at all. But Derp really outdid himself. I mean, Joke was stepping up, but Derp, this guy, he played it at a totally different class.
Yeah, I mean, he got angles wherein he can take 2, if not 3. Earlier, we saw that coming from him after that was a trade-off after 2 of their members has been taken down from that Bravo. So he knows where to place himself, and probably at some point need to sacrifice some of their players so that they can take those better angles later on. But again, this leader, this guy has something to offer, and we are down to a 1-1 in this series, and we're off to raid.
Absolutely. And of course, as we head on into raid, we know Savage Huntsmen have managed to step up not once but twice here on this map. They did fail once against SKADI. We saw their weaknesses. Suits eSports did manage to take away a round from Huntsmen here as well. So Huntsmen are not solid 100%, stamping their logo on that victory sign just yet. But at the same time, there was a lot of momentum built on that S&D matchup that they can translate, of course, into control as well.
And with how the teams of Savage Huntsmen is positioning themselves, especially in the search and destroy, they are a huge potential for them to really get angles. To like especially with snipers being utilized by Derp on control, huge angle already, huge potential for him to get a lot of slays again. Similar to what we've seen in Search and Destroy, and they're just playing for lives. Even for the capture later on, they can still take that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be as easy for LVX to overcome them. I think we've seen two sides of both teams, right? LVX, when you were put in 1v1 situations, you're just not walking away with a lot of that. Savage Huntsmen, on the other hand, they just lost map control early on. Arsenal, every single rotation, every single anchor spawn. Once again, I have no idea if or not LVX, because we didn't see a anchor from LVX rotating early and holding down the spawns. We just saw them on the right side of the map. Hard point after hard point after hard point. So I really don't know whether they lucked out on that one or they had good control on that initial Arsenal map. It didn't seem like the latter, so fingers crossed we will see them work on that a tad bit more. But Savage Huntsmen, they just did not have a good control on that hard point at all. But SND, positioning-wise, dude, they outplayed themselves. I think that was the best we've seen from the Huntsmen in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a mirror of some of the gameplays from the other teams. Again, it's attributed by years of experience coming from Derp, as well as the addition of third-person perspective coming from their coach that can provide such improvement from this team. So let's see if that will trickle too onto this control mode. It is defense being done by Huntsmen, and they are not doing that well because Bravo's already captured for the first day.
Yeah, because Huntsmen are overextending in towards Gallery. They're trying to play the spawn trap. Instead, they get punished. They will lose that one ticker, make that 2 segments on B. This is why you don't go for the big prize of spawn trap just yet before you secure the round for yourself. Huntsmen paying the big prize very early here, trying to win it back. Then one final engagement. He drops the ball. Flacco wins that out and say bye-bye to your B-boys.
Yeah, B-Boys is out, but there's still potential for them to funnel them in onto that Alpha. Oh, but the capture, the final tick has been averted, but it continues on. Bravo is out for the count, and Light is still in here playing around, and there you have it. There we have an Alpha approach where it can be controlled by Savage Huntsman. Derp is already in here trying to find an angle, but no one can beat him yet. Even if Flacco tries to.
And slowly they circle around. 16 more lives left here for the attacking team. Huntsmen need to find a concise round. They do have the favorable spawn to protect the A, and all the players on the side of LVX need to do is find this distraction, and they're doing exactly that. Keep your eyes on player number 1 and 4 in yellow. They rotate around, they torture them on garden, and now they slowly circle around. Finding the control on mid is going to give them a tad bit of an advantage, but it's all about the timing here. They've got a 3-life advantage. They need to make good use of that.
Yep, the advantage of the lives, but 3-man strong as well into the kitchen, and they rush in. One has been taken down. Derp has been taken down as well. 7-13 in there with plenty of time to spare. Alpha can be captured, but no, they want to play with lives, and they are the ones being in the bitter side of the end of this spawn trap, and the Savage Huntsman with 3 lives remaining.
Oh my god, this has backfired totally on the Huntsmen. They got cheeky at the start and they are getting punished towards the very end. LVX is going to find this capture for sure. There's no way in hell Trap gets 12 kills and the defense on this first round. LVX has managed to outsmart Huntsmen, but I have to say this was the ball dropped big time by the MYSG squad.
Yeah, I mean, you need to find the best time to study the rotation of your opponent, and it's a good thing that they have 30 lives to play with before you like make a decision whether
Yeah.
you go for a spawn trap or just go and defend both sides. So hopefully,
Yeah.
as a good learning experience for the side of Savage Huntsman, they've already lost a 1 in this control mode, but let's see if this will trickle too for LVX.
Good trade out on QWERTY, didn't allow that Annihilator to do much damage, and it is of course courtesy of Derp. A quick run here at this A control point, and this is just big balls move by the players on the side of Huntsman, taking the more difficult objective before they secure B. They will get slain out just seconds before closing out A in total. But now a 5-man rotation towards B, 2 players from the side of LVX gonna meet them halfway. Equalizer in the hands of Yams as well. If he is desperate, he might be able to pull this off, but the CBR4 gonna be more than enough for him to do the damage.
And that is a 2-man coming from LVX defending. And one thing is they spawn towards that laundry. So Bravo is not an opening, similar to what we've seen earlier from Alpha. And Light right now with his Pyro might break more of the morale for the side of Savage Huntsman. Let's see if they'll be able to push through. And there goes Alpha to complete for completion right now, as Derp is still being hunted by Light and finally being taken down. But it's a little bit too late. Bravo is the only thing remaining for the win of Savage Huntsman, but there's still 4-point advantage by LVX.
Yep, 4 make that 5 in terms of advantage. LVX now. The perfect defense isn't going to be a very aggressive one. They don't need to do much. All they need to do is just take back, but they are going out here for a push. They're spawning out of Garden. They want to find the defense on the open stairs as well. All they need to do is just defend B, but they're going to stop the overextending Huntsman. They know what Huntsman want. They know Huntsman want to pull the distraction first from the side of basketball court and then take the advantage. LVX 1 step ahead of them, and Huntsman are running out of time.
Running out of time and running out of lives with 9 remaining for Savage Huntsman. Let's see if that can be turned around. 3 already for that Bravo. Only 1 remains in the hold. It is a joke, but Light and Flacco will try to go through, but Derp sees them in there. But Joke is pulling out a good one on them, but Derp and Jimbo's managed to survive. First stick done already, going for a second.
Oh, 5 more lives left here for Huntsman. LVX on the way to their second round victory. But Derp, 1-man stand. Can he find the third? Annihilated time! But QWERTY finds the trade. Derp doesn't work the Annihilator, but Huntsman win back a well-fought round. My goodness, what a match-saving fight. Huntsman almost lost that.
That was a good reversal for them. They are down on lives. They only have 1 point to defend, and it's a good thing that's only a few defenders being done by LVX at that point. Zen pulls out this time a death machine, and we've seen this being wasted. So not quite sure what is the trigger that is given to Zen to pull out that operator on the wrong timing.
Yeah, I mean, so far off there, Death Machine barely brought any impact into this round at all. And a quick run coming through from LVX. B's getting capped. No defenders from the side of Huntsman to stop this push. Hunter Killer Drone on the prowl as well. Player number 4, Jimbo. CBR4 in hand. Circles around gallery, but no innings whatsoever. Has to wait for backup, but QWERTY punches him out of the spot, and B gets capped.
He is captured, 2 minutes to spare. The lives are quite balanced between these two teams, but in terms of operators, it is favoring Savage Huntsman, and this might be the thing that they are waiting for. They want to get this advantage later on. They don't want to trade off so much in the lives, and they can funnel everyone to that A side, but well, the defense is not working that well because they're losing lives in the process.
Yeah, they're most definitely losing those lives, man. Huntsman now, 17 left to play around with. They are on the defense, and not a great one, I have to say. Slowly but surely, LVX spawning out. They want to take over basketball court as well as the players are forced to spawn out of there. LVX have a stat bit of an advantage here against Derp. And of course, Flacco getting that double just puts Huntsman at a bigger disadvantage.
And there you have it, the 3 life disadvantage by the Huntsman, but there is still hope. Trap right now giving that hope, but Flacco rain down that Hunter Killer Drone against him. Zen still in hold in the kitchen together with the rest of the gang, but with the grab, Vortex has stopped them for the approach. 9-12 on the lives. Derp still getting a lot of elimination, 25 already on his hand, but is this enough to give them that win?
I love the update to control in terms of the spawns here. You're not going to have a very easy day spawn trapping on raid because of the dynamic spawns now out of the basketball court as well as garden. And Huntsman using that initially to the advantage, but LVX finding that wraparound, punishing them as well. And look at this overextension coming through from Joke here. Not going for the spot at A, but taking that backstab. Will find one. Derp trades him out, but the damage has been done. But 4 to 5 lives. Huntsman with 3 now left.
And with Annihilator from hands up Derp, there's a reason why LVX is hiding out. They don't want to be shown right now. They're just proning and hiding out in here, though there's information, but they are just waiting for time for that Annihilator to die down. Thus, they have the advantage even for the time.
Smart play from LVX. 3 operators to waste, but they are going to take the risk here without a single investment, stacking their players. All 3 at a time. Derp fights the first one. Ooh. And Yams goes down. All 3 fall as Huntsman picks up 2 rounds. Both of them super close to defeat as well.
And that could have been a win for side of LVX. They don't want to use operators just yet. They are buying this time, but the worst part is the same goes for Savage Huntsman because of the elimination that they've gathered. So it's still tipping to the sides of Savage Huntsman depending on how it will end up this time as LVX is on the defense.
Yep, 29 to 27, LVX now. Let's see if they can fight their way out of this one. This B is being captured a tad bit too fast. LVX as they circle on around 2 players waiting for the slay. Zen finds the first. Xavier's gonna find the second. And this tandem slays out the whole of LVX with Huntsman making a quick speed run here on B.
And Derp on a 5th combo. If I'm not mistaken, Zen is already in his 7th. And let's see if anyone can take him down. I mean, with that Freddy, he has released. He was able to take down Yams as well. And with that 10 points, 10 lives as a disadvantage by LVX. This is what the Huntsman wants to be remembered by LVX. You cannot put it down that easily, and we can turn around against you.
Yeah, Derp's on form, man. Look at him just absolutely slaying out there on the battlefield. Light trying to pull one right back here. The Sparrow investment earlier on Claw in the hands of Joke. Both doing barely anything for the team. 23 lives left here for the side of Huntsman. And LVX not doing great at all on the defense. This is a wide open A that Huntsman can sneak away now.
Yep, Alpha right now. Trav already into the point. QWERTY sighted, but QWERTY is the guy who doesn't die. Even when he was against Jimbos on a sliver of health, he was able to take him down. But finally, the takedown has been done. Jimbos will try to retrieve a few more of those eliminations. But with 9 points remaining for the side of LVX, it's not looking good.
Not looking great at all. LVX, they still might be able to pull this one off. They just need to play their angles well, just like what the team of Huntsmen are doing. Not overexpose yourself. Play your angles to just find those peak and those shots and back away. Joke doing tremendous at exactly that. But now 4 more lives left here for the side of LVX. Just puts us in a pinch, doesn't it? 3 more lives. The countdown has started. Huntsman on a roll. They're capping the hill as well. Unfortunately for LVX, this is just a GG WP as Huntsman take the victory.
Yep, it's only a few seconds remaining, or 1 life remaining. QWERTY still alive and kicking, but finally will be taken down. And there you go. GGWP indeed. Savage Huntsman gets that too.
Saving the day. And, you know, this was an expected result all the way through from the start until the end. Initially, we were thinking that the Savage Huntsman would be walking away with this. It was a lifeline for LVX, and the blessing was that Arsenal pick. And of course, that went their way. Huntsmen were not prepared for that one at all, but clearly Derp was not pleased with that. He hit back hard on that S&D, and he continued to hit hard into control as well. Savage Huntsman was shining all throughout that match. And look at this 37, the closest one to him, Zen, on the 27 frag. Derp was once again on another level today.
Yeah, I mean, that was 19 from Search and Destroy. This time, he's still on a different high in that control mode. But again, I cannot take away, though, what QWERTY has done in here. 35 in elimination. And earlier, I pointed out that even on the sliver of health, he still managed to survive and get that
Yeah.
elimination on 1v1. So QWERTY is one of a guy that can bring on the difference in terms of switching it, but the rest of the team of LVX just didn't get that much. But SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, really, as you mentioned, just take the advantage in this game.
And it's just really rare to see QWERTY picking up the MVP for his team. This was his on day as well. He was performing extremely well. But unfortunate, on the day that he's doing really well, the rest of his players don't show up as strongly. And that overall just ends up on a positive for the side of SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. This was a very winnable game if LVX had slowed the pace down. We noticed the exact same earlier on Slum's S&D as well. Those 3 rounds, could have been a little bit more sharper, and the rounds that they did drop against the Huntsmen, especially the round where they lost the game overall with that plant and then backing away, not expecting that defusal. They should have seen that. I mean, if they watched that Smart Omega match, they would have seen that a defusal in a position like that is very easy, and they shouldn't have gotten caught off guard, which was a waste if you ask me, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure if it's a panic plant or probably just a confidence because they have the advantage in manpower, but they didn't get the good angle. Even a rotation was not done by one member. I know Yukish is the one who's waiting onto that Bravo, but the other player could have gone in for that rotation so that they can get the information. And we know Yukish on the snipes, he can utilize that information to the best result. But well, it's more of them making those split-second decision that, well, it didn't work for them that time.
I will have to agree with you. I think at this point of time, I wonder if... Actually, I've got a very tough question to ask Derp later on as to what would be the future of Huntsmen if they don't make the cut this time around to stage 4. Are we going to see... We've seen one too many re-rosters. Are we going to see Derp now choosing a different brand, perhaps to bet on himself instead of continuously betting on the Huntsman brand instead?
Yeah, well, difficult question. Hopefully Derp will be able to give us an honest answer because you know how it is. Like you don't want to give out, and probably not a thing that he's thinking at right now. So we know Derp is someone who thinks forward a few more steps, but well, let's see if that's something that he has considered already by this time. But again, congratulations, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. They got this series win on the 2-1 and still in a good run for them to secure the top 4.
The top 4 is a no-brainer, especially after they have picked up their 4th series win here. 2 series, they got the perfect 3-0. 2 series, they had to take a 2-1 victory. They had to settle for it. It was against 4S KINCAID initially, and now against LVX. Against 4S, they dropped control. Against LVX, they dropped hardpoint. But this could have been a very easy 3-0 if only they had banned Arsenal out. A little bit of a boo-boo costed them that one map. I don't know if it will go ahead to punish them severely, though, as I say that.
Yeah, I mean, that might be one of the questions I'll be asking later on what happened in there. But, the MVP of the game, the captain himself, Derp, with a 26 on average kill and 1.59 on the KDA. This guy really popped off on that search and destroy as well as control. Rage against that hard point that we saw earlier. And let's see if this continues on, not just for Derp, but for the rest of the team of SAVAGE HUNTSMEN.
We, of course, will be setting the interview segment up, and there's a high potential we speak to Derp once again. I mean, I was in love with that slum setup, man. Right after that bomb plant, we've got an interview with Xavier actually this time around. Let's welcome Xavier on board. Let's have a conversation. Xavier, congratulations on the 4th victory of the group stage. How are you feeling about this?
LVX left us a very strong fight, as everyone and Derp, including our in-game leader. He was clearly shouting and giving us the best coaching and best ever leader as a team inside.
I love that. Okay, actually, Neptune, you go ahead with the hardpoint matchup, man.
Yeah, I mean, one question is, would you know what happened in choosing the map for that hard point? Because it seems like that's where you were surprised in that initial fight.
Struggled a bit.
That was a very big difference for Akmik, as Arsenal was a very confusing map with spawns. We are confident in fighting people there, but as much as the spawn is still broken and such, we are a bit surprised.
Okay, fair enough. It kind of caught you guys off guard. It did give them quite a little bit of a challenge. What was the conversation like on the mics at the end of Hardpoint? Clearly, you guys got fired up for that S&D. You guys were serious. You're like, game on. Let's go, baby, LVX. I mean, we'll show you. But what was the conversation like that?
The conversation was really on positioning on the maps and what we are going to do in specific situation, as Arsenal is really a random, and I cannot add more to Arsenal being the most confusing map. So in the end, we tried to stabilize ourselves and go into the rest of the match.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Xavier, for answering those questions honestly. Looking forward to your next match as well as to your progress in the knockout stages. We'll catch you guys again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. We didn't get to ask the captain some of those tough questions, Neptune, but I know he's listening, so he's going to be preparing some answers already. Okay, if AJ catches me again, when I win my next series, he's going to ask me this question. You prep, bro. I'll catch you eventually.
It's a good thing as well that Xavier gave us like shed some light into what happened, because he did mention that they're confident in Arsenal, but they like the spawns really didn't favor them, or so it's RNG who favored LVX at that time. But well,
just playing that one easy. Nice try, Xavier. Okay, you guys struggled a little bit. Gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, it's a little unfortunate because we just got news that series number 3 is cancelled. Spender got torn once again. They had to run to the grocery store to pick up a new one. Nobody buys Spenders from grocery stores, but they had to run to the department store to get a new one. We're going to skip on over to series number 4 when we get back.
Taking the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile awaiting. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
so bright. It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Garena Masters Season 5. 2 matches down, 2 series down, and we are off to our final one. Again, on the casters desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is my brother, Mustachio AJ, and we are here to bring the hottest action to your screens tonight.
Hottest because ZHAG steps up onto the plate once again. I know the chat sometimes goes crazy with a couple of people who are very new to the broadcast of the group stage of Garena Master Season 5 saying, that's zigzag. You have to pronounce it right. No, man. If you know the story, unfortunately, it's ZHIG. Okay, that's exactly how it's going to be said because we need to keep true to the reason why this team was named that, right? But they now take on PV Sage, a team in the collegiates who really stepped up, showed up who they were in the junior stages. But when it comes to the pro plays in the senior stage, they seem to be struggling a tad bit. That's going to be series number 4. But of course, if you're wondering why we glossed over series number 3, it's because Spender could not show up for their series, and therefore Four Suits Esports takes a walkover 3-0 victory over them, which leaves us with only 3 series out of the day. And I swear to God, I swear, I was asking Neptune before the broadcast started. I was like, you know, aren't we going to have one day where we finish like before 9? Like, aren't we going to have like super seriously fast rounds? I think we're getting both. We're getting to end before 9 as well as super serious fast rounds. And on top of that, we get a walkover DQ.
Well, that's a one already, and it's up to ZHAG right now to deliver on the final match. I'm pretty sure that with the record that they have, they will not be letting go of one map, but that would depend on how fast they want to take each of the map. And PV Sage is that we are still the hopefuls, or I'm still the hopeful. Not quite sure about you, still AJ, because you know at some point you want to see the 3-0 as quick as that, but I'm still hopeful for PV Sage to show up this time because they went in from the collegiate stage, now in the big stage and bigger stage, and going against a big monster, which is ZHAG. So let's see on how much they improve, similar to what we've seen some of the teams improved as well.
I make my assessments as well as my guesses as how these series are going to turn out, just like how I take risk in life. I don't take blind risk, I take calculated risk. Therefore, when you calculate the probability, I say PV Sage is going to have a tough time against ZHAG. And that's an understatement, my friend. ZHAG has pretty much not just beaten, but trolled every single other team in the group thus far. PV Sage, on the other hand, the only team they have beaten is Spender. Unfortunately, they can't really be proud of that stat because Spender really didn't show up for the other series as well. You know, in fair fights against 4Suits eSports, LVX, Forest KINCAID, as well as SKADI, unfortunately, PV Sage did take a beating. Of course, leaving out the 4S KINCAID control, where they did win. That was their only very impressive map win against a team of trollers in the name of Incendio, Irfan J, FDX, Bingo, Shut Up, as well as Kurt. Bingo's a fine player, but we barely get to see him play because of what a fine job the rest of the five are doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, this might be a chance that we are seeing Bingo, but again, seeing from the lineup right now, the camera, there's no sight of Bingo just yet. So I guess they will continue on. Oh, we have one drop off. This might be the chance that we're seeing Bingo later on. But again, ZHIG right here, especially as they are the ones who give us the pronunciation, and we did ask that during one of the interviews. So for those of you who's questioning us, that is how it is pronounced, ZHIG.
Cairo, Heyra, Mako, Corvin, Chicken, as well as Justin. Lots of promise. A team that is surely built to withstand the test of time. We know we will see them again. We know we'll see them in future tournaments. They are just not ready to conquer Garena Masters just yet. But looking at their progress, looking at how they dominated collegiates, and then from a collegiate team to make it into Garena Masters, this team deserves a salute. This team deserves a lot of respect. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to take fair fights against some of these other teams because they are severely underpowered when it comes to the gunfights. And that's an understatement when it comes to what's going to happen to them in the next series. If we see PV Sage step up in the series, I tell you, respect habis, bro. That's how they say it in my country.
Yeah, respect. Saludos for this team if they will be able to do that. That's not from the Philippines. That's from Spain. But it's pretty much the same. But anyways, for takeoff, well, we've seen this so many times, and this is where PV Sage has lost 2 already against LVX and Forest KINCAID. Whereas for ZHIG, I mean, it might only be one of the matches that they played in here against SAVAGE HUNSTMEN, but they did it like in a convincing manner. That was a 250 to 1-2-1. So it is still looking towards ZHIG right now, depending on how long they can they want to play this map.
Either way, it's gonna be an uphill task for PV Sage because, you know, ousting ZHIG in terms of map strategy is one thing. Winning those gunfights to play the objective is a whole other. And this is going to be a potential repeat of what we saw within series number 1 when SKADI was out there for the play. It was a pretty one-sided matchup against 4S KINCAID. And it's not like 4S KINCAID wasn't making a play for those objectives on that hardpoint matchup where they walked away with 115 points, right?
Yeah.
Because when SKADI focused on getting the win, when SKADI put their minds to it, they were outslaying 4S KINCAID hands down. That's going to be the situation here. There might be, you know, in a fantasy world where ZHIG kind of trolls this, takes the troll a little bit too far, doesn't really try a lot at all, but it's a hardpoint match race to 250 points. There's a lot of time to really take that match back if you're dominating the gunfights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unless you reach 200, it's not not yet over. There's a lot of potential in like switching it to your favor, especially with the P3 and P4 that we have right here. Those are mostly the money hill from some of, or if not most of the teams in this map of takeoff. And even if you lose that P1, even in P2, you can like take it all back on that P3 and P4. And with in terms of spawns, like ZHIG is, I would say, one of the king of spawns. They understand where to anchor, they understand how to control their spawns, as well as go for like early or late rotation depending on how they decide to.
And that's the perfect recipe for a good hardpoint matchup, isn't it? I mean, you've got the slays on your side. You've got great respawn control. You've got the spawn control on your side. You are anchoring down all of these spots. You're taking those power positions away from your opponents. And that combined with your slaying power just means that PV Sage might not have a break away from this. How can they counter a situation like this? Is to play those power positions as best as possible. But that plays against them because the number of players they get to throw into that objective, you know, severely comes down. And when you're not going to be able to control your numbers in that way, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. The best PV Sage can do is to make sure they do not get overrun by this freight train. Maybe step aside. Maybe stick an arm out instead of the whole body, you know. Lose a limb. Don't lose your life.
Yeah, I mean, well, though engagement and elimination is only 50%, it's more of the other 50% is objective. But we've seen that earlier. Tactics, objective, like understanding where to rotate. It has been done by the other teams, but if you're not surviving those gunfights, you're already losing plenty of time. So
Yes.
we've seen that earlier on that the matchup of LVX as well as Savage Huntsman on that first hard point, and that might be similar right now on a different map for the side of ZHIG and VB Sage.
By the way, it hasn't been announced just yet, but I can tell you guys it's a success. I believe ZHAG might have found a organization to sponsor them. Now, I'm not going to reveal who just yet. That is, of course, for the brand to do, but they're off the market. If you guys are disappointed hearing the news, you should have moved a little bit faster, right? These were hotcakes. I don't even know how they were available for that long. ZHAG has a new brand now. Clearly, from no change of the name, it hasn't been officially revealed just yet. But I'm looking forward to seeing what that new partnership can bring to the table, because we always know if you've got a organizational backing, you've got a little bit more funds to play around with. And that always goes in terms of a positive to prepare the team for the stages that they want to play at. ZHAG's not a team that's aiming to dominate stage 3. ZHAG's the team that's aiming to go to stage 5. They want to go to the world stage. This time they want to take it all the way. Yes, they've had a roster change, but I think that's for the better. I mean, everybody's going to love and miss the president, Jeff Pro, but you cannot complain about his replacement. You're going to miss Heaven, but you cannot complain about how players like Shut Up as well as Incendio, the whole squad has stepped up, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even FDX and SKADI is doing quite well in how they are performing right now. Though we have 3 of the original members from this team, with additional of FDX and SKADI and Bingo as well, who performed from the previous team that he is part of.
Yes.
This is not a lost investment. I mean,
Correct.
for the partners that they have, or the name that they have right now, they are just waiting to rake that in, because this team has been built by time, built by present, and as well as their the performances of growth in all of the seasons that we've seen them in Garena Masters.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I think there are 2 great big disappointments for me as far as ZHAG is concerned. The fact that they have not picked up a single championship here at Garena Masters, because these are one of the kings of SMP for a reason. They built this whole esports scene for Call of Duty Mobile under Garena here in SMP, but they've just not had that. I mean, they've had the opportunity. They've had 4 of those opportunities. They've squandered all 4 of those opportunities. I mean, yes, it's a team that's very capable of trolling, but it's also a team that hasn't really proven themselves by taking it all the way. They did go places, right? Stage 5 as well. We've seen their presence, but just no great impact from them to really shout about. But they are aiming for that this time around. And with the new roster, if they can take this all the way, I think it'll be a huge testament to the players who have stayed on and believed in not the brand, because it's a change of brand, but believed in the core reason as to why this team was set up. And I think the new players who are adding value, and if they can take that all the way, obviously, they will believe that they've brought that great value to take it all the way, right? So a lot to expect from this squad, not just in Garena Masters Season 5.
Exactly. I mean, a lot more. They already have a stamp in the SMP region. They already have shown their presence in here. And this, despite of everything that you mentioned, all the changes that has happened for them, that might be the formula that they need to be able to break through the curse that they have out of the 4 seasons of Garena Masters. Again, it's just assumptions, but with the record that they have right now, though it's not the first time that they had this record, but the performance-wise, even if they're playing, they're still winning. So they are still growing better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for that, man. I mean, because Garena Masters has always been the curse for ZHAG. Yeah. You know, Garena Masters 1, they lost. They were 2nd place. Garena Masters 2 as well as 3, they took 3rd place back-to-back. And then the last season, season 4, they took 4th place. Now, I don't know if anybody told them. I know they're king of trolls, but it's not like you take Garena Masters 3, third place, Garena Masters 4, fourth place. Okay, it doesn't work like that because you should have been champions if that was the scenario. But, you know, jokes aside, it's a team that has been trying, but just something has not been clicking. And in fact, you know, based on the numbers that I just threw out, this has just been a worse and worse off performance every single time we've seen them come back for a Garena Masters. So now this time with a roster change, if they can take this all the way, you know, it will be quite the story for the team. And taking a fight against PV Sage, of course, it's going to be a no-brainer, you know, in the run for Group A. Of course, we've seen quite a number of, you know, they can win those matches blindfolded. That's how good they are. That's why they control in those matches. But in the knockout stages, against the Titans who have been pushed off to Group B, that's where the party starts, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And going back to your point earlier, we're in like their trajectory in terms of every season of Garena Masters. It's not that they're getting worse. It's just that other teams are getting better. We saw the rise of West Point Mambo Low King.
You need to get better at the same time. look at Low Kings. They have been consistently getting better, but way better.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing. It's a lot of teams have been like improving so many times faster compared to what we've seen in them. So probably that's one of the reasons why they have been pushed down so many times, and they just need to break through that. They just emulate that to their side as well. And with the addition of new players for them, though, well, I guess communication is not a problem already. I guess that's one thing that has been dealt with during one of the interviews early on. But hopefully it improves and the chemistry improves as well. And this, like, group stages, we might not see it. But knockoff stage, that is where we want to see the best 100% Gear 5 of ZHIG.
I'm pretty sure they'll be able to knock that one out of the park. Now, we do apologize for the
podcast.
The side show of Garena Masters Season 5, the Mustachio and Neptune podcast. But unfortunately, we're still waiting for PV Sage. We're not ready for their match. And we don't want to give another DQ. A double DQ on one day would be me manifesting something accidentally and then realizing, dude, that's not what I wanted, but I got exactly what I wanted. A quick day, but, you know, less matches to enjoy, right? And you guys know exactly how much I look forward to these games. But PV Sage is still not ready for their matchup just yet, and we can't start that with one man down. As it is, things are not looking good for them taking this matchup against ZHAG. We want to see them do their best, but one man down isn't gonna bring the best out of anyone.
Yeah, man, a little bit of understanding as well, because the schedule had been pushed up because of the third match not going through. So there is a few, like in terms of timing, there are a few adjustments, and I'm pretty sure that PV Sage is like the players of the team have their own lives as well. It's not just all Call of Duty Mobile. There's a few things that they have considered as well in terms of timing, and well, we just need to be a little bit patient. Well, grab this time to either like and share the stream, which I know you've already done, or converse with those in there, like in a good manner, in a great manner, because there's a lot of talking or a lot of talks that can be pulled out from everyone in their comment section.
I mean, clearly we seem to be talking nonstop. I mean, obviously you guys came here for games. We know you want to see games. You don't want to see, you know, Neptune and I talk your ears off, but we have to wait, right? Either way, you can't go anywhere because you know this is going to be an entertaining one. Whether it's a one-sided match or a fair fight, as long as ZHAG's in there, you're going to have some good Call of Duty Mobile viewing fun as you kick back in your seats. Make sure you've got some popcorn there. We're going to see a couple of executions potentially, whether it's PV Sage pulling it off. We will see. But either way, I can't wait for the match to start. No, I really can't wait. Where are these guys? We're not supposed to be buying this much of time. I mean, 2 minutes, I understand. 10 minutes is a bit overkill, PV Sage. I got to start charging overtime for this one.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess because we are
I'm going to send a new invoice. Hey, Garena, the podcast is going to cost you extra. We're going to take a quick short break, Nep. We're going to save the ears of our audience is already bleeding already. When we come back, hopefully we've got a match.
there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Unmatched deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead.
I got shot! I got shot!
Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
Welcome back to Garena Master Season 5. We promised you this was going to be an entertaining one. But what do you know? I never knew it would be this entertaining because it's now a 5v4. One player didn't show up from the side of PV Sage. What was already impossible now is about to turn comical. My name is AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with Neptune, the gentleman gaming. Neptune, what are you expecting out of this match?
Oh, well, again, we have already expected a 3-0 right now, but dealing with 4v5 against ZHIG is, well, gives them more time to troll, I would say.
Even when you've got a full squad, I've seen teams just get executed like they're nothing out there on the battlefield. Now, down by one man, I don't know if ZHAG's going to be a gentleman about this and say, okay, fine, we're only going to send 4, right? It's a high probability they're going to send in 5. Not players, but trolls.
Let's see. If that is the case, it is hardpoint right now. It will be done on takeoff, and let's find out if they can troll this out. They are starting it off on that P1, the sloppy and the scrappy hill, and it is FTX for initial frag.
I want to see a troll where it's 250 to 0. Can PV Sage break away from a fate like that? ZHAG starting off strong. Single player holding on to the hard point now. It's going to be in the name of shut up. And he's finding kills from the hill as well. A little bit of overtime played there. And PV Sage already broke the expectation. They get 1 point.
They get 1 point, and one thing that broke the expectation is Chicken is already playing right now, and usually he jumps in on Search and Destroy, so this is more of a lack of players really for the side of PV Sage. Thus, they don't have a complete squad, but, well, regardless of that, we mentioned that already, 5v5, this might be a win, potential win already by ZHAG. What more than a 4v5? 4 points already gathered, scrap points still being captured by ZHAG right now, but surprisingly, no spawn trap being pulled just yet.
I mean, I don't think ZHAG's going to be overextending this. They want to play a decent game against PV Sage. They're respecting PV Sage at this point of time. I mean, you want to still show up strong, even if you've only got 4 guys. You're not going to walk away with a DQ. Fine. We will give you all that we are worth, and it seems to be a little too much to handle at this point of time, as Shut Up on the 5 spree continues to slay out the opposing team, and there's just no one who can stand in front of him.
Yeah, no one can stand, and finally, he has been taken down though, but damage has been dealt. And let's see how much more can PV Sage take right now. It's 57-6 onto the points, 35 seconds to spare, and Skirt is just slowing it down right now onto the rotation. He have a good hold on the early rotation towards this as well as that scaffolding, but he has been taken down. Stairs covered by 4 players from ZHAG. Incendio pulls out a right tick in this hard point. This is really cheeky of him.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. PV Sage just struggling a tad bit here, no doubt whatsoever, but we can see the effort as they come circling on in. They've got an opportunity for a break, but a 5-man stack by ZHAG from the left-hand side of the map just makes this break a little bit impossible. They back away for an early rotation, just 2 players just anchoring down. Nobody's anchoring the spawns though. This is going to be a test that PV Sage gets really pushed to the edge with.
Yeah, let's see how far from the edge they will be pushed. It opens up and 4 players for the side of PV Sage is on them, and they have a chance to gather a lot of points. A split push being done by ZHAG right now. FDX though clearing one side, and it's still open for the taking. Only 2 onto the hill, but the spawn is favoring PV Sage, and FDX just rushes through. Oh, being taken down from the side.
I mean, valiant effort thus far. I mean, even with 4 guys on their side, PV Sage has managed to sneak away 27 points. That's admirable. But what more can they do? A double operator setup now, courtesy of ZHAG. FDX with the Annihilator, Irfan J with the Purifier. Purifier gets purified. FDX circling around, finds one. Corvin shuts him down. Big plays with the slays. PV Sage, signs of life, but nothing to show for on the hard point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, despite of the numbers that they have, they are still showing effort right there, going for the elimination, though it's not clearing the way for them to go for the capture. But in terms of how much numbers they can pull out, I mean, Mako and Justin is doing the same. Annihilator has been pulled out by Justin though, but he has been taken down, and Shut Up right now is doing a lot of damage from both sides. But there you have it. It is 30 points and up as they have grabbed hold of this hill. How much can they take in this hill?
I mean, 30 is a lot for me already. PV Sage on a roll. Can they continue to slay on out? Skirt says hell no. Brings out the claw, claws away at the lives of PV Sage. Up top, you've got another player on standby. Corvin shows up at the perfect timing for the slay. Look at that, and PV Sage have the hill once again. Perfect timing. They just don't have the numbers and the firepower, but this is the kind of fight I want to see from an underdog squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are showing up right now with the numbers that they are showing in terms of elimination. Even the points that they have, they're very close to the 50. Wherein, when we look at history, Spender only took 53 against ZHAG, and it's looking like PV Sage is, well, probably one of the better teams, not only with full squad though. So it's really certainly a disadvantage for them. But with how they are positioning themselves, even with the spawns, they know what they need to do with the disadvantage that they have, and Justin is the guy who's making it work for them.
At a severe disadvantage for sure when it comes to the numbers, but they're playing their positions really well, and PV Sage has found the rhythm finally against ZHAG. Yes, they're finding it to be a tough time to catch up with ZHAG, but they're really just trying to compose themselves well, attack at a good timing, and it seems to be that the conversations on the side of PV Sage is absolutely perfect. The timing of the executions out there to take those hills right back is working for them. It's just that they're failing in the gunfights department, which is a very fair fight against ZHAG.
Yeah, it has been said already. Mechanical skills is far better for the side of ZHAG. That has been said and done from the start of this series. I just love how PV Sage is fighting back, trying to fight back onto that hill as well. Though it's an open for that remaining scrap point, early rotation can be done, but has been missed by most of the players. Good thing they are spawning on the left side of the map, and they can have an opening towards that stairs.
Yep, 182 to 42, 140 point lead that ZHAG has, and attacking from the front with no access whatsoever towards the hard point, jumping up onto the scaffolding, betting all of their lives on it, and they lose it. That's a little unfortunate, as PV Sage being forced to spawn from the opposite side of the map out of generators. The Annihilator gets whipped out, but gets annihilated instead, so a little bit of a waste of the operator from ZHAG. PV Sage still cannot take advantage. One more player, player number 1, Chicken, up top, steals the hill.
Yeah, steals the heel, and the 2 on the back up, Skirt on the back, and might be a punch. Oh no! Oh, misses. I think that was another thing that SKADI has missed an execution as they grab a hold for the remaining 20 seconds. Very close though to the end.
It's good. Thought about it. Is like, should I? No, I'm just gonna punch his head. Jay with a double for himself as the team continues to run away from PB Sage. A couple of seconds sneaked away as scrap here, but ZHAG respecting their opponents' early rotation to take this money hill away. Freddy's gonna be brought out as well. Player 3 goes down. Shut Up still alive and kicking. Everybody is gonna be finding this place in the outside perimeter, whereas the hill gets anchored down by Incendio.
Yep, Incendio is the one doing the anchor, but, well, as we can see, it's just lives being lost by PB Sage. The good thing they're spawning close to that hill. That gives him more of chances of grabbing a point. 56 already for them, but with only 30 remaining for side of ZHAG, it might end in this hill as FDX steps in, but still, we're letting go for the final moment. Thus, PB Sage still grabbing a few more.
Yeah, the fight in PB Sage just is not down and out just yet. 57 points. They're hanging on for their dear lives. They're trying their best to contest for the hill. But I would like to see them trickle in together as a group instead of one by one. As I say that, they're doing exactly that, right? Moving together as a squad. This gives them the advantage, but FDX finding the trade onto Chicken. The moment Chicken finds one for himself, Irfan J as well. FDX gonna overextend now, and the players, they do find the break, but a tad bit too late as the hill moves away.
It moves away, but still very close. Shut Up misses that shot, and Mako puts him down. Now, a lot of punching gloves are being let down, and a backstab by SKADI once again, and no, misses those punches. But the points is trickling in. Final 1 second, and ZHAG takes the win. 250 and 59. PB Sage losing a fast pace.
250 to 59 is very respectable for a 4-man PB Sage. 4 Suits eSports only managed to take away 52. Spender took away only 53. 4S KINCAID only took 25 points from ZHAG. Dude, PB Sage, I salute you.
Yep, salute indeed. I mean, all respects. They give out all they have. And as you mentioned earlier as well, they managed to grab all the positions that they can take. But again, missing one of the members and also going against ZHAG right now, you don't have that much of openings and advantage in this game. And, well, it is a losing match, but they fought through and beating some of the teams who jumped in here with a complete squad.
The only team to do much better than them, of course, is SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. But apart from SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, one might want to, kind of compare LVX to them as well. But PB Sage really stood up against ZHAG. 1 man down. They didn't back away from those gunfights. They didn't back away from the objective. They were trying their very best to play it. But of course, you're going to have to sacrifice a certain element in that matchup, and the biggest element that was sacrificed was the anchor, right? Because everybody was trying to play the role of the Slayer out there, trying to hop on into the objective as well. They had decent amount of time on average on the objective, but they just could not hang with the gunfights on the side of ZHAG. And of course, that man advantage was putting them at a bigger disadvantage. We saw the fight. Just because I say that though, in a 5v5, it's not like ZHAG would have had been pushed to the very edge, but PB Sage showing up a little bit more than I expected. That one is surprising.
Yeah, I mean, there's a result that we might expect for a 5v5 from the start of this match, but I love the heart that PB Sage has given. I mean, even with Chicken in there, not really showing up so much in the previous matches on Hardpoint, he just stood up. He stood in and also provide a few more of that support. So, well, hopefully PB Sage can do the same in Tunisia and Search and Destroy. And, well, hopefully as well as the final member or one of the members from this team will be able to catch up because it's still early. We are midway in this series.
A 4v5 in a respawn match will hurt you. A 4v5 in a non-respawn match is deadly, bro. I mean, the team is starting off with basically a first blood every single round. And if Cali was here, he'd pull out his calculator, he'd start doing big math for you, and he'll say something along the lines of first blood conversion. It's the highest when it comes to the round victories in S&D, and he's right. The first blood is gonna be a huge one if you can take it for yourself. But PV Sage needs to take a double hit every single time they go on out there. They need to take 2 frags just to have that one-man advantage. As it is, they were struggling in terms of the gunfights. This is going to be a even bigger task for them to sort out.
Yeah, I mean, a task that I would say Chicken has in on his shoulders, because he's the snipers usually the ones who's starting the fight on initial frag. So if he can manage to take down one of the players from ZHIG from the start of each map, then, well, that's where we can measure the balance between these two teams. But that is a huge task, though.
Yeah, that is a huge one, right? A guy needs to take not 1, but 2 just to give them a decent advantage. Taking away 1 just equalizes the battlefield. But up against PV Sage, up against ZHAG, that really means nothing, because even in a 1v4, those players, any player from the side of ZHAG should be able to pull a clutch out.
And right now, already in here, and ZHAG on the attacker's side, and they are rushing it. Shut Up was able to take down Mako, and Chicken has been taken down. Hera responded against Irfan, but as quickly as that, a 1v3. Corvin right now will be left in the middle of the map, and SKADI will be going in for that plan. Search will be happening. Corvin takes one down. 1v2, AJ.
Good quick scope. Corvin circles around SKADI. No information. Corvin punishes SKADI as well. The clutch might just be possible. ZHAG already with the plan, has the advantage. 28 seconds to run down. It is going to be a very straightforward approach here by Corvin. He does circle around towards the Special Forces base. He has to meet him down this alleyway. Corvin not quick enough to defend against Incendio. Both on the snipes, but Incendio with a quicker shot.
And for the side of Corbin, I mean, he could have waited it out a few more seconds without popping off, because knowing that the angle that he's holding is already visible for the side of Incendio, or for the side of ZHAG, I would say. And well, let's see if Incendio will be able to pull off another one. Another rush being done quickly as that, just in front. And it is now a 3v4 favoring PV Sage. And oh my goodness, what's happening right now, Ajay?
Very aggressive from the defending side, but we didn't even mention this. The 5th player is finally on. It's a 5v5. They do seem to be a little bit more capable to take on ZHAG. But now the game of numbers against them. Corvin once again the final survivor. FDX, wild shot, no scope, misses that. Corvin would have got it taken out either way, even if he had won that out. Irfan, the Clutch King, was right there behind him.
Yeah, I mean, FDX in there, not really going for a spin compared to Corvin, who's doing the 360 move. But I would agree, Irfan is just waiting for them. And if in case FDX has gunned down, Irfan can pull out a different finishing move from that battle. So let's see if that will happen. Another quick succession of trades off brings us down to a 2v2, AJ.
FDX just equalizing the numbers there, but great effort by PV Sage. Very aggressive defending rounds, just cutting down the numbers of ZHAG players that they need to deal with. But not a single round obtained by the side of PV Sage just yet. This might just be it, but no flank around. Justin has to play this Fennec a little bit more, but he plays the discipline, and if it doesn't flank around, the attacking side of ZHAG could just switch this attack over to B.
And let's see, they are doing so, going in for Bravo. Irfan and FDX right now a little bit too far. And for side of PV Sage, they're still in Alpha, waiting if there will be any approach being done. But it might be a little bit too late. The plan is being done, and 45 seconds on the clock. PV Sage might be rushing in, and this might be the end of them if they are caught off in a different angle.
They flashed over to B. They got the plan. 30 seconds to go now. PV Sage. The setup for this retake is going to be very difficult. Taking FDX out is going to be secondary. Irfan from up top is still going to be the punisher. You need to hit this and pull a 180. Quick scope taken out. And the other spot, Justin Chicken together. Irfan does back away. The flash is going to be played. Irfan timing. Takes Chicken out, and Justin slides in just in time for him to get a double.
Well, what can expect about the Clutch King? Given his situation, I mean, he can really pull it out, but I love the angle that PV Sage was handling earlier when they rush into one member FDX. They just covered both of the angles that they have. Like they might have seen Irfan J, but Irfan J has jumped out of the way. So initiating it, initiating it right now. I mean, it's a good plan for PV Sage.
I mean, you know, Irfan J could have just made a huge boo-boo earlier on. He could have turned around and tried to engage, but he knew he had his back turned. And it was not a situation that he is capable of responding to, but he just didn't want to put himself at a disadvantage. To slide away and re-engage at his own pace, to play his tactical before stepping in, I think those are the kinds of moves that makes a huge difference in a 1v2 situation. So great presence of mind from Irfan J as always. I mean, the guy is a master. Hera finding Incendio just to cut the numbers down, but he's in a little bit of trouble. FDX finding a quick one for himself.
No one was able to deny that execution, though, compared to what we've seen earlier on SKADI. But it's already 4-0 right now. It's a 5v5. This is one thing that we expect from ZHIG right now, especially as, well, they already have one map advantage on a road to a clean slate on the group stage.
I mean, that's a big L on SKADI's side. They canceled out each other's execution a couple of times. I don't think you're supposed to do that if you're a team. Trolls or not. FDX traded out by Justin, but Irfan J finding one for himself, followed by Incendio. The numbers not looking great on the side of PV Sage. Irfan circles around R9, punish. Marco with the double out of nowhere, but Marco now in a 1v2.
1v2 situation. Mako has already brought out the highest elimination for the side of PV Sage, but 5 compared to 8 that Skirt has to offer. Shut up cleans that out, and well, it is a good fight, but it's still ZHAG taking the win, 5-0.
Let's see if PV Sage can sneak at least 2 rounds away before ZHAG continues the speed run towards the end. Flurry of nades. They're probably gonna see one player go down here, and the shower does not pull anything away for ZHAG just yet. Good defensive setup from the side of PV Sage as well.
Yep, they are covering all the angles right now, making sure that they can get the advantage in terms of elimination. Mako is in here, one of the slayers for the side of PV Sage, and Chicken is on one side as well. Probably has a view of Irfan J, does Irfan J is backing off. So it's a stall right now by ZHAG. They want to buy time before they go for rotation. It's only one guy, Justin, who's waiting. Incendio has been taken out by Chicken right now. It's a 4v5.
Yeah, great engagement. Advantage given to PV Sage by Chicken! And a double! Clutch King taken out! Chicken with a quick scope. Too good. 5v3.
And it's like a chicken on a stick right now. He's the one who's going for those poke, as already poked a 2 in terms of that snipe. It's FDX right now who has turned for the clutch, but that is a 1v5, and let's see if he'll be able to do this. This might be what you wish for. Mako right now, but backs away in there at the perfect timing. And FDX, Elgar advantage still brings it to a 3 elimination. Finally, your point has been grabbed by PV Sage.
I like that. I like that, PV Sage. Turn the tables a little bit, have a little bit of fun with ZHAG, why not? But you have no idea, my friend. You have no idea of what you have done. You have opened the floodgates. You are telling ZHAG that, hi guys, you know, enough of being serious. We want to play now.
Yeah, they might be opening Pandora's box right now, and we don't know what plague will be coming out from ZHIG. But FDX has been taken down, though, and the plan is being done by PV Sage. They have 45 seconds to work with, and all the angles still being held right now, but Justin might not have that opening. Oh, he does! Incendio has been taken down. It's now a 3v5 situation, and Skirt is on a rotation that might leave him going down. He just grabbed the sniper. Irfan J sees one, and down goes Justin.
The moment he spotted the quickness of the response, that R9 really pops off. Corvid position, spots out 2 players. Gus can't take the quick scope just yet. Skirt shows up as well. Great slide as Skirt punishes alongside Shut Up. And this is all of a sudden turning around. They don't even bother to go for the execution. And I think actually Irfan J got a little too excited there. Time running out as well. ZHAG finds the defusal for the match point.
Match point indeed, 61, and well, it's A good run from the 1 point that PV Sage has. They can do it once again, but again, 1 point closer to the end of this search and destroy. And Tunisia is a map where in a lot of angles can be taken, and Shout Up is taking one of the best angles for snipe.
They're all gonna be taking a super split attacking positioning here. PV Sage, this is a terrible idea, but they do manage the circle around Pincer, punishes Irfan J. Chicken traded out by Shut Up and gets a double. Corvin taken out as well. A 5v3. Bomb all alone just behind Winery. Not a good spot.
Not a good spot, and backup is not moving as well. Justin is not moving an inch, just waiting for anyone who passes through. And that was just FDX just hanging back. Oh, Hera has been taken down, bomb on the ground. And there's a time that Justin has to move, but everyone else from ZHIG is moving towards him. FDX might take him down. No elimination coming from FDX. He just want to win.
No, absolutely. FDX is like, how dareth you try to execute me? But I like this. ZHAG staying serious all the way down to that final round. PV Sage just could not tickle them enough. Tunisia was a easy run for ZHAG. As expected, as we set up control, it also seems like this squad, and I have to say SGPH squad now in ZHAG, is looking to take the throne back, looking to take the title of Kings of Control right back to their side.
Yeah, out of the 2 standoff map in control that they have, they ended it with 3-0, one of which was from Spender and another one from LVX. So let's see if that is the same case, because again, they have the title already. At some point, some will try to change the pace, whether it's defense or attacker, but I mean, that's already known for ZHAG. They are the ones who wrote that rule.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you on that, man. PV Sage, ZHAG, this is a good fight from PV Sage. At least they managed to pull one round away.
Yeah.
The 5th player left the lobby again. It's like, the next game is going to be a 5v4 again. I quit. No, I'm just kidding. ZHAG, on the other hand, had a easy run. Everybody chipped in. The slays are all equal on the side. Nobody was, outstanding. In fact, the whole squad was, but this was not going to be a challenge for them from the very start. Unless we saw PV Sage really step it up, I think it would have been a little exciting to see FDX get executed for a change. It just didn't give them room for that.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see if that will happen later on, because I mean, there's still signs of hope in my mind for the side of PV Sage, though this is already a losing battle from the start, as that hard point for V5 is already difficult, but Search and Destroy is really hard as well. I don't think it's like what we're seeing right now, AJ, is being seen, so I think we're safe.
Okay. All right. I was thinking something's wrong here, but it's okay. Post-game breakdown, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As always, it is going to be a opportunity for us to see if or not the opposing team is doing anything different when it comes to the data in terms of the scoreline. Nothing much has changed. PV Sage is still getting dominated. In fact, I think they did super decently well on that hard point as just a 4-man run as opposed to a full-fledged attack this time around on Tunisia with a full roster. They really couldn't cut much against ZHAG.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected. It like we see that in numbers already. As much as we want and hope that like PV Sage can have the advantage against ZHAG at some point, it's just ZHAG they're going against. And I'm just loving that they're still fighting it on 4v5 on that hard point. They completed on that Search and Destroy, and they just didn't back off given that disadvantage that they have. So salute to PV Sage. They are off to their 3rd map in the series, standoff, and everyone knows this map, and I'm pretty sure ZHAG might do a huge spawn trap later on.
I mean, I'm super glad to still see the team show up even 1 man down and not just have this walkover victories given away. I don't know why Spender didn't show up, but I would have loved to see them at least try, right? PV Sage has got the fight in them. They are trying, but clearly this is a mismatch. ZHAG, the Titan of Titan in Group A. Of course, they're not very Titans to kind of compare them to, but they are the Titan of this group. There's just no way PV Sage is going to sneak one away unless a miracle happens.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Probably we're going to start it on a 3v5, and ZHIG might be in a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So let's see if anyone from the team will be disconnected and discontrol. But it's going to start right now. This is standoff in control. Still, ZHIG against PV Sage. We're going to see as to how much PV Sage can offer at this point. Again, expectation has been set. It's just PV Sage that we want to be surprised.
Let's see if not PV Sage has got it in them. They are starting things off on the defense. This is the advantage. They most definitely can make some good work off.
And Irfan J right now hanging back in there and wasn't able to grab a good hold on that alpha. PV Sage though just turning around, and 26 to 27. It's quite balanced between them, and Bravo almost being captured, but it has been let go. And with the eliminations from both sides, they're not moving so much in terms of progress. Incendio, good double has been made, bringing the score or bringing the lives in a 4-man disadvantage. But with Alpha right now being captured slowly into the first stick, as well as Bravo right now on a split, this might not look good for PV Sage once again. Chicken though, good angle to hold, but not the angle that you need to stop the capture from happening. Mako was able to do that, but they have been taken down by the one and only Incendio. 16 to 21 on the life department, and Alpha on its second tick. Incendio grabs a hold, and even a surprise from behind. Justin might not be able to pull it through, but no! Justin did it. Incendio is down, but how much can he pull in clearing out that Alpha? As Bravo attempted, but Alpha might be close right here, AJ.
Oh, fantastic push coming through from the team of ZHAG. PV Sage, only 9 lives left to play around with. Taken quite a bit of damage already, but it doesn't mean that this is not winnable. They are on the defense after all, but as I say that, even the objective player on the defense gets slain out. The hill is wide open now, but ZHAG's not taking a straightforward approach to this at all, attacking from all angles. They just want to punish PV Sage.
Yeah, they are punishing them indeed. Chicken trying to fight back together with Justin, but 3v15 in terms of live. Punching gloves has been pulled out by Shut Up, and they might be ending it with a boxing ring. But Chicken right now don't want to be punched, pulls out his own, but this is to run away. He is solo against 5 players, and he don't want to be executed just yet.
He can say he doesn't want it, but he's gonna get outnumbered. In fact, there are 5 guys out there on the hunt. Not finished. Ah, Scared gets one in the face. They know what to expect. Chicken fights here for Jay as well. Incendio tags him up a little bit, but Chicken's not running away. He's going for the chase. Incendio ends the run right there. 10 lives to play with, and ZHAG pulls away round 1.
Round 1 has been the side of yellow, and they are the ones on the defense right now. Let's see what they can pull against PV Sage, who will be going towards that Alpha. Split push being done right now, but good coverage for the side of ZHAG as they trade off 1 to 2. And Shut Up in Irfan J just completes that on a 4 elimination. It is now counting down. No capture being done just yet. Incendio, great hold indeed.
5 operators available, 4 invested already. Only 1 still standing. The Claw. Ooh. Can the Claw survive? No. Skirt goes down as well. Only 1 life taken away. Such a terrible round of investment from ZHAG. 4 operators, but I think 2 kills to talk about.
I mean, a wasted opportunity. We've talked about this so many times already, and they could have ended it like probably like half the lives of PV Sage already. But again, it's ZHAG that we're talking about. They can do so without the operators.
19 to 20, ZHAG tried to win. I mean, I don't think they're trying to win this just purely through gunfights. I think PV Sage stepped it up big time in those engagements, just really disabling those operators from making their lives miserable. But like you said, Neb, they are still struggling a tad bit when it comes to the gunfights department here. But 18 more seconds to go. ZHAG on a perfect run of defense. 13 lives on the side of PV Sage, but they can't find their way to the objective.
I mean, that is not even a spawn trap that has been triggered. It's just them positioning themselves near in the midline where PV Sage is spawning. But the breakthrough has been done, but the time has run out. 2 points for ZHAG right here. Final chance for PV Sage to grab a point.
I mean, GGWP PV Sage. It was a great showing, but we just haven't been able to see much of brilliance from PV Sage. And it's no fault of theirs. ZHAG is just way too good at these matches.
Yeah, I mean, they can pull out all those like great moves just to enlighten themselves, and
Yeah.
even like probably get a point against them, especially if like ZHIG or PB Sage can pull out all those all the courage as well as all the heart they have. But with ZHIG right now, I don't think they will be giving out 1 point. There's Incendio right now pulling out a war machine as early as this. They want to end this quick.
I mean, lives are equal on both sides. PV Sage actually keeping up with ZHAG. They do have the defensive advantage. And Marco making quick work of the players as well. Everybody stepping up on the side of PV. If they keep this up, they could just take that constellation round away.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. 30 seconds remaining and no capture being done just yet by ZHAG. This is the only first time that we are going to see a little bit of progress from them. But Hyra on the second floor pulling out that Holger, but no damage just yet. Oh, FDX being taken down. First stick not yet done. Shut up, as well as Curtis are on the roll already. And this might be the movement that we are expecting from ZHAG right now. Hyra not moving so much, but still managed to survive. Unfortunately, there's one more who takes him down.
Great utility usage from ZHAG to break this and pull away this A control point. Initially with a concuss sent straight in towards the second floor of Hotel to stop the Holger anchor on the side of PV Sage, and then to continue to use that smoke to obscure the vision. Absolute perfect attempt, as well as approach by ZHAG. One-sided as expected. PV Sage show up with nothing, and this is a serious version of ZHAG we get this time round.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much of trolling that we were expecting, but
Yeah.
I guess this is they are in a stage of the group stages wherein they've done that in the early part, and they've done that to just uplift themselves at some point, and then later on they grew serious because they want to be ready on the upcoming matches like the knockoff as well as the playoffs, and what we talk about, their chance to grab the championship this time around on Garena Masters.
I wonder how this team is going to look towards the stage 4 as well as stage 5 setup. Once again, a team that is filled with players that we have known for many, many years now, but the chemistry between them might not be the strongest. We do still see moments of life here from some of these other teams as they take on this new roster of ZHAG. I wouldn't say that we have seen weakness exposed from the squad, but it's surely a team that is not perfect yet. But it's still the same dream for the squad either way.
Yeah, I mean, they dream to be that championship. They dream to be that number one. I guess everyone who's joining competition just like this have that same dream, and it's just how much effort you can put into, how much motivation you have on you, and how much heart you can pull out to make that work for you as well. So it's ZHAG, they have a clean slate already in these group stages. It will depend on to their next matchup, because we started off with SKADI and they are the next one will be battling ZHAG. Probably the reason as well why they're taking it serious suddenly.
I don't know what's the change of mindset here for ZHAG, but I like this serious version of themselves. I like the fact that they are prepping themselves to take on this knockout stages in a more serious manner and to give their very best, because once again, this is not just for the money. This is for the qualification to stage 4 and later on stage 5. This is the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, something that they've been trying for a long time. But it would be a great place to start, being crowned the champions of stage 3, and then later on to conquer the Garena stage or stage 4 like they have done in the past, and then of course get into stage 5 super confident. That's the kind of route ZHAG is planning for. Whether they're capable of executing that will definitely depend on some titans later on in Group B. We still haven't seen what SKADI can do against ZHAG. That of course is on standby for you guys for the final day of this group stage out of Group A.
Yeah, that excites me because out of all the matches right here, that's one of the fairest or equal in terms of the teams that is being matched up. And well, we save that for the last for Group A. Now, for the side of Group B later on, once they jump in on the knockout stage, that's where we see a preview on how everything will end. So far, for now, it's just like a teaser on what they can pull out. But again, there's so many mismatches in this Group A. Thus, we are not surprised with the 3-0s that has offered by this team. But
Yeah.
again, I want to go back, AJ, to how PV Sage really, I can't stress this enough. I have mad respect for PV Sage for today because of how they showed up. They also fought up in Search and Destroy as well as Control, but it's just ZHIG against them.
Yeah, no doubt. Once again, PV Sage, they did the best against ZHAG as opposed to what Forsuits could do compared to what Spender could pull off, as well as Forest KINCAID. Forest KINCAID only walked away with 25 points. They got a beat down. PV Sage survived with 59 points, and they were one man down all throughout hardpoint. So yeah, truly, I resonate with your emotions. I salute PV Sage as well. We all knew what the results were going to be even before the start of the series. At the end of the day, it is ZHAG. They want to maintain a clean sheet, and they do exactly that. Out of 18 maps played, 18 victories gained.
Oh, that's a lot, and it's quite surprising that we only have 3 of the teams from both groups A and B that has that record of a clean slate. But I want to find out more, because this is the first time that we've seen that in group stages, because of how everything is rotating, how they can study the what is advantage from both of these teams, and once they step in onto knockout or probably playoff, that's where everything is turned around. So I want to hear from when the interview probably as to what's planned, because I'm pretty sure ZHAG is planning ahead already.
I think we do have an interview segment awaiting us, Neptune. We don't see each other just yet. Hopefully we can switch on over to that screen in a little bit. There you go. And we've got Incendio here with us as well. Incendio, welcome. Congratulations on your crazy clean sheet. Not a single map dropped thus far. How do you think the matchup against SKADI is going to go? Do you think they'll pull one away and ruin this before the knockout stages? Guys giving me a silent treatment. Production, we got to fix this.
Yeah, probably Incendio not hearing us just yet. So
I hope he can't hear me.
No,
if he's ignoring me, I'm going to be mad.
Get back to the Hero Mustachio.
Okay, no problem. Incendio, you guys have been absolutely perfect thus far. Clean sheet all the way. Still cannot hear Mustachio. Okay, sorry for that.
So you can hear me,
Yes.
Incendio. All
That's
right.
right.
So the question, AJ's question is, you have been in here winning all the matches that you have, and what is the expectation as you are going against ZHAG later on into this group stages?
You mean SKADI?
Or SKADI, by the way, sorry.
Yeah, SKADI right now is the second contendant for the top spot in our group. So we're looking forward to give them a good fight. So hopefully they'll be prepared for us, because we will be prepared for them.
I'm glad to hear that. Incendio, obviously you guys are going to make it through the knockout stages. What's it looking like this time around, man? Because 4 tries, Garena Masters, you guys haven't become champions just yet. And, with the recent re-roster on top of everything else, of course, I don't want to get to the questions of Stage 4 and Stage 5. Do you think you can conquer Garena Masters finally with the new roster?
Right now, the roster is still in the midst of getting our teamwork and our comms and our gameplay together. So right now, we are just going to do our best and let the results show.
Fantastic. Which team are you looking forward to facing off the most, can I ask, for the knockout stages, especially from the side of Group B?
I'm looking forward to face actually WPM, because last year we defeated them in Philippines, and I know that's their chance to really fight for the stage 5 spot actually. So I hope this year they can. I'm looking forward to fight them, because I hope they can win to stage 5. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that matchup as well. Neptune, any final questions from you, Sal?
No, I'm good. I mean, really happy on the showing in all the group stages, and really excited on your next matchup against SKADI, even for the knockoff and the playoffs. And well, best of luck for the rest of the team.
Thank you very much, Incendio. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Good luck in the rest of your matches. And that's it. That is a very different mode of ZHIG. We are seeing a very serious squad this time around. No mucking around out there on the series. Straight, clear-cut answers for our interview segments as well. I think this amount of seriousness might lead to something beautiful in the knockout stages now.
Yeah, I mean, they're setting their mind straight. Though they started off with a few of those trolling around, but they are doing well in how they prepare. And I love as well that they're looking forward to going against West Point Mambolo Kings later on, because they are confident that they like the challenge for West Point Mambolo Kings to beat them on to the later stage so that West Point Mambo can go to stage 5. So let's see if that is something that we like. We are going to see for most of the cases, but from what we've seen, AJ, 3-0 for the first match. SKADI against 4S KINCAID, 2-1 on SAVAGE HUNSTMEN and LVX, and this is something that we called out already. Either one will get a point in there, favoring each side. Forces eSports, though, grabbing that quick 3-0 after spending, not showing up. And PV Sage showed up and still managed to fight a good fight, but it was ZHIG against them. That's the 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunate for PV Sage that the Titans were just not looking to play a little bit of a cheeky game with them. It was a very serious side of ZHIG that we got, but lots of signs of life. Hopefully, this is not the end of PV Sage. We see more perseverance from Team Perseverancia Esports. It's a long name, man. I appreciate that they shortened it to PV Sage.
Yeah, for Perseverancia. That's well,
perseverance.
Again, perseverance.
And they persevere.
I mean, I love to see most of the teams, especially for those who might not be able to reach it onto knockoff stage, but showed up great potential to like battle against the Titans and probably prove to be the next Titans in this Garena Masters, because there's a lot of effort that can be put in. It's not just those who are new, but even from those who are has been here in like all the seasons of Garena Masters are still struggling. So hopefully all those effort can be put in fruition. Maybe not this season, but on next one.
18 for 18 from SKADI and ZHAG, but only one of the two can reach the score of 20 at a minimum later on by the time we bring group stage for Group A to an end. Savage Huntsmen in a clear run for the top. They want to get that spot in the knockout stages, and I believe they have pretty much guaranteed that spot for themselves already, looking at the next matchup that they've got. So we can say Group A is pretty much decently sorted. There is a potential here between 4Suits, 4S KINCAID, as well as LVX if they can win out their following series, but it's not going to be equally as tough for all of those teams because some of them have got giants to take on, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I guess they are expecting already the result, especially if there's a great barricade of those giants against them. But hopefully they're glad with the performance that they've done, especially for those at bottom half of each group, because it's one thing that you lose already, but another thing wherein you didn't gain any of those experiences, like any knowledge from those experiences of losing. So again, it might not be this season. It might be the next one. It just depends on how the team will improve and persevere throughout all of these Garena Masters that will be coming to them.
4Suits Esports will take on 4S KINCAID. LVX will take on Spender. There's a high probability LVX beats Spender 3-0, which means in order for either one of the 4Suits teams to qualify, they need a solid 3-0 victory on their side. And even if KINCAID does get a solid 3-0 victory, that'll put them in a tiebreaker, which is a little bit of a pinch. But of course, all of that drama will continue. Group A is still not a group that you can skip on before we move on to the knockout stages now.
Yeah, and well, I really love to see more of Group A right here, but they only have 1 day for the group
Yeah.
stage, and that's where everything will change. There's a little bit of drama on that halfway through on the top
Yes.
four, and that's what we love towards the end of the group stage.
Absolutely.
Towards the end of the group stages, but towards the end of the day, drama is over. Everything has been done quickly, and AJ manifested a lot, and it has put in fruition. This time, we're going to end this day. And once again, on the caster's desk, happy to be of your service. I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming, together with my brother Mustachio AJ, bidding you goodbye and good night.
Take care, everyone.